Howdy, howdy, everybody. What's up, Aylor? J7, how's it going? Kyron? Or is it Kieran? I could see it being both. Can't believe I have the attention span for both Pi and G Teenage. Well, do I? That's I think that's a questionable statement there. I have something. I have a problem, maybe. Oh, goodness. All right, you who are early to the stream get to see something very special to my heart, which is iced coffee, and when you pour the cream, the half and half, into the iced coffee is one of my favorite moments in life, and you guys get to experience it with me here. Isn't that just Isn't that just the most beautiful thing? Just the swirls and the color difference. Oh man, it is just magical. Just look at that. Look at physics and science and flavor and taste. Oh, it's so good. So good. All right, I'm glad you guys got to see that. That was important. Okay, so to business. No cat. Yeah, I mean, I kind of wish I had a cat. I kind of am glad I don't because I'm allergic, so it wouldn't work out all that well for me, unfortunately. I do like cats. I'm not like a cat person though. I feel like a lot of people try to make it very polarizing, like, are you a cat person or are you a dog person? It's like, I really like cats. I am allergic, so I don't think I could have one, but I'm also not like obsessed with cats. And dogs, I think I'm more of a dog person, but I don't have a dog yet either. So, you know, my life is missing a pet currently. All right, do we have everything we need? Well, happy birthday to you, J7. Can we get some party emotes in the chat for J7? That's exciting. I don't know what kind of... There's a party hat for you. Alright, I need to go advertise this stream real quick on all the places. So, on the pYanodon's, gotta announce it there. On the Factorio. I almost went to GT&H. It's like, wait, that's not the right place to advertise this. Though some people might be interested. It's not the right place. Where is the channel? Video stream plug. There it is. Okay. So, I think all that's ready to go. Welcome everybody. Hope you're all having a nice day. Is YouTube chat working properly? Let me test that. Seems it is. Perfect. Okay, so first thing I want to point out, unfortunately, I don't know how this happened. We ended up with 2 biosample situations. I had already set up biosamples over here by this flora, so that's already there. It's not running though, so what's the problem here? Oh, we have it stopped up at 2200. Okay. So we really didn't need more biosamples over here. So we just have like a lot of biosamples now. Like way too many. I might actually remove the other one, if anything, because this one feels more consistent. I don't know. This one's built better, built bigger. So this one's now pointless. But it does make me feel a bit silly for having already done that. How's it going, Mr. Goodbits? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I don't even know. Should I just remove... Let's make this a higher priority so it uses these ones up first. And then will go ahead and do this. And then those will get used up. Isn't this 3 hours too late for... No, it doesn't have to be exactly on the money. I want to stream when people can show up and when it's a good time for it. You know, not just... It's close enough. We're rounding to the nearest 6 hours. It's close enough. All right, so in a moment here, we'll kind of do a normal episode, I think, and keep working towards the Pi 2 science. And then we might do the base tour after that, or we might do another episode, because then that might be the one where we actually get Pi 2 science. So, because we've got the automation science running in full swing. At least it looks like it's running in full swing. Jeez. A lot of stuff. So much ash and stone brick. So much ash and stone brick. I don't actually know if our stone brick can handle it, to be perfectly honest. No, not even close. We're gonna need some serious stone brick production. Wow. I know there's that other recipe. Weirdly, this one could be interesting just because of how fast it is. Not because of... I don't really like how much sand it uses. It uses an absurd amount of sand, but... if I've already got rich clay from ash anyway... it's a way to kind of turn sand into stone brick. But... yeah, we're gonna need a much bigger array of furnaces here for stone brick at some point. What's up, Putinator? Welcome, welcome. How's it going, Dan Bopes? Okay, so do we need anything else before we start the episode? I don't think so. Is fish still running? I feel like someone asked something about a fish belt breaking or something. Is that true? Yeah, it is, actually. Oh my gosh, wait, what's happened here? Oh, wait. Did I not... Oh... Okay, well, we'll have to start with fixing that. We have too much fish food. Right. Kind of forgot that was an option. Move to the one with pitch? Pitch is not easy to get. That does not feel worth it to me. You save 3 stone at the cost of 50 pitch? That does not seem good. I don't know. That just doesn't seem good to me. Because that requires kind of pricey tar cracking. You know, that's the equivalent of like 35 tar, which, yeah, I mean, tar isn't that expensive, but when you need like 15 stone bricks a second, that's right there, 100 tar a second from that recipe. That, I think it's easier to just mine the extra stone, personally, than to do that. And I mean, yeah, you can, but it just feels like more work. Even if I had bitumen seeps lined up, I think I'd rather just mine the stone extra than set up the steam, because you also need a lot of input steam for tar cracking. So I don't know, that feels like a lot. And given the volume you need stone bricks in, that feels like a little bit too much. Okay, I'm gonna start recording. Hello everyone, Krydax here, and welcome to a very special episode of pYanodon's Season 3. We are live right now on Twitch and YouTube for our 200-hour celebration stream, and we're hopefully gonna get Pi 2 science in this stream. Not maybe in this episode, though, because in this episode, we're gonna be working towards setting up our Pi 2, but first we noticed something that is broken, which I need to go fix, which is that our fish food is kind of jammed up because somehow, and I don't know how I keep doing this, I just don't always trash things that need to be trashed when they're backed up. So here we have fish food as an additional output. Remember, it's a byproduct now from our fish. And unfortunately, we're not doing anything to get rid of it. So we just have fish food completely backed up on the line. So what we're gonna start with is a composter. I think you can compost fish food. Let me double check that. Yes. In fact, it's a lot of compost. So this will be a nice way to generate free compost for our base. And the overall output of fish food is 0.12 a second, which I think we can handle pretty easily. And this is a trasher just for biocrud, so we're gonna need another trasher. Oh, but wait, we also need, now this is interesting. We need 10 biomass each. So I think we can actually set this up without needing a trasher. What we'll do is we'll just set up a composter. Maybe, I guess over here's fine. And what we need to do is, if fish food's already filled up the train station, then we need to have it go over here. I'll put priority right. But this needs to be only the fish food. So again, we need one of those belt side loading situations. And then that will load in to here, which will turn that into compost. But then we've got this guy, and we can load the compost onto this belt. And we said 0.12 fish food, which is 0.6 compost a second. So we should be okay with something like this. But we want to get it on the correct side of the belt. And then do something like this. Input priority right. And I'm now realizing we definitely need like this kind of situation. So that should result in all the extra fish food being turned into compost, which we need anyway. So I'm hoping, yeah, that should work. Because the actual compost we need is 10. We only get 1 extra fish food, which is only 5 biomass. I keep calling it compost. It's biomass, not compost. But that should work. So that way we just require less biomass when we're already backed up on fish food. Perfect. Perfect. That should get the fish freely flowing. Fish freely flowing. Fish freely flowing. That's not easy to say. Okay, so we are back to actually setting up our Pi 2 science. By the way, William, someone, I think their name was William, commented that we had already made biosamples. And we had. I was very embarrassed. We've already got biosamples right here. We had already set it up. The number of times, it's growing. It's still not that many, but I've set the same thing up twice. It's growing, and it's gonna keep happening, I'm afraid. What's up, Gaming Strudel? Welcome, welcome. Okay, so back to this. Ooh. I kind of forget where we left off, to be honest. I think we were ready to import all the fluids now. Because the biosamples are being done somewhere else. So I guess we need to import the biosamples. We never did that. So it's 0.178. So it's about the same as rich clay. So we're talking 10 a minute. So a stack is 10 minutes. So we need like 6 stacks. Why don't we just do that here? Is that fine? Or 8 stacks? Yeah, that's fine here. We got 156 storage. So biosamples. We'll do 8 stacks. And then we'll grab that signal to go here. So that's our threshold for biosamples, and then we need to put that into one of the chests, provider chests. Why don't we do this one? We'll do 1 stack. Sweet. You wanted to pause the video and it didn't work? Wait, can you not? Oh, I guess you can't pause on Twitch. Yeah, I think on the YouTube live side of things, you actually might be able to pause. Okay, so now we need to start working on the fluids. The fluids are all extremely small amounts, and some are even more extremely smaller than others. Arcat honey, we actually need a reasonable amount per second. We need a few drops of Arcat honey for the good alien sample, but moreover, the Pi2 science itself needs a good amount of Arcat honey. So 10 a second means 650 a minute, means 6,500 every 10 minutes. So having the full complement, like 25 grand, is reasonable. Blood and Zogna, I think, are also reasonable to have the full amount. So I think what we'll do is we'll have one station with the full 25,000 fluid request threshold, and this one will be this one will be for blood, Zogna, and tears. No, blood, sweat, and Arcat honey. Okay, so Arcat honey. Arcat honey. We'll go with 35,000. Have a little bit extra there. And then we needed blood, which 30,000's fine. And then we need Zogna, which 30,000 would also be fine for that. And then this needs to be Arcat honey. I mean, it doesn't have to be the same order, but we'll do blood, and then we'll do Zogna. Perfect. So that's good for that. And then we can go probably smaller for the next things, which is phytoplankton is only 114 a minute. So an hour of that is only 6,000. So let's do a threshold of 10,000, I think, for this one. And then we'll do, uh-oh, that's gonna be stuck there for a minute until these bots arrive. Shouldn't be too long. Okay, so for phytoplankton, we'll go ahead and grab 10,000, no, 12,000. And then methanol and Corlex milk. Phytoplankton. Methanol. Corlex milk. Methanol. 12,000. Corlex milk. 12,000. Okay. And again, we need this sort of situation out here. And then we need another one up here. You know, I could have made stone brick from this stone, but then I wouldn't have had the flora, so you get issues either way. Okay, and then this one, we're also gonna do probably 10,000. What's the smallest fluid I need? We're bringing Declan in via pipe, so I don't need to worry about that. So I guess hot air, but we have a lot of hot air. Also, I'm still missing a few things. I didn't count right. How did I count we only needed 9? Because we're still gonna need ammonia, CO2, flavonoids, and hot air. Oh shoot, I did do that one tile too low. What's up, Tactical Fruit? Enjoy the VODs tonight. I wonder if Picker Dollies messes with the bots that are coming to build it. I have no idea. No idea how that works. there's a good chance it completely screws them up. These are also... I'll just wait till they're built to fix it. But yeah, we're gonna need another train stop, I guess. Is that right? Because we have one too many things. Oh, and we've also got Arcad Venom. Yeah, I don't know where I got a count of 9 from, but that's just wrong. All right, we need another fluid request. And the threshold for this one will probably be like 6,000. And we can do all the really small amounts in here, like the Arcad honey and depolymerized organics. Are we just making that here on site? I forgot about that. What does that need? Liquid manure? I probably want to train around liquid manure. What all does liquid manure make? The orange inserters are stack inserters. What's up, John? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, there are so many intermediates for Pi 2. It makes the urea for the recipe that we don't really love but have to do sometimes, and it makes depolymerized organics. That's literally it. So it feels like it's easier to ship around the depolymerized organics, actually. But so down here we could just make depolymerized. Yeah, maybe that's what I do. What's supposed to be in this chest tank thing? Oh, liquid manure. Wait, what? Oh, we never have enough. Oh, yeah. This is a little tricky because we're still not making enough manure, I don't think. We're out of moss? Wait, what? Uh-oh. Yeah, we never improved our moss supply for manure. And when Vrauks are going full tilt, then they're eating up, I think, all the moss. So part of me then says, why don't we just put this on trains? Because this is already set up to work properly. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do that. Let's just get that subcritical water plugged in, because eventually I'll make a whole new manure build, maybe when I get to AUG 2s or something, but we're just not there. Yeah, the hot air is a lot faster per machine. We don't need very much subcritical water here. That's why it doesn't really matter too much. Hey, good bits, thanks so much for the prime sub. All right, so I think what we want here is another small tank, and we'll just put that in line with this one, I think. Make sure it's wired in to, what the heck? It's trying to wire it into the tree. That's, wow. That's not what we want. There we go. Okay, and then this guy can go to the left here. And we'll just let that connect to something way over here. All right, so because yeah, the subcritical water made by the biomass one still makes 3 a second, so that's more than enough, and this makes more than enough. So it's really just a question of the liquid manure, if that's enough. And so I think what I'll do is that, this, this. Okay. And that then is depolymerized organics that we can deliver straight to the dome. Depolymerized organics. All right, now that's enabled, disabled. They are all hooked up to the right thing. Okay. So that should work. Let's head back up here. What's going on with the trains not being able to unload? Oh, I know what's going on. Well, good thing these buffers are all going to be used up. Whoops. Whoops. We didn't hook up the wire. Classic Crydex mistake, to be honest. That's nothing new. Nothing new here. Okay, so probably need one more out this way. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Goodness. So many fluids. And let's preemptively get that one taken care of. All right. So that should fix that. I do need to void a bit of blood here. The easiest way to do that is just pump. Well, what is the easiest way to do it? I guess we'll do it this way. Pump, and then we have like a little section here, and then we can just void that section until the train leaves. About 15 more. Okay, we should be close. A few more. Alright, that'll do it. Alright, so there goes the blood. And then the Zogna is hooked up properly, so that's good. Methanol, we need to do the same thing. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That should do it. Okay. Ethanol is good to go. Corlex milk has arrived. Phytoplankton is already here. We don't have honey. That's a problem. Is it possible to void a train's content? I don't actually know. Did I ever fix CO2 at my moss farm? I don't actually know. What did I break here? Pole? Got onto the biomass line. Biomass line. Oh. How did that happen? Well, that's a problem for CO2. I wonder if byproduct CO2 has been keeping us going. How long has that been a thing? Why do I have multi-output stops feeding a tank they can't unload fully into? I don't. I just didn't have them wired up. Oh, it pulled coal out of my train? Oh, I need to be more careful about where I have my destination going to, I guess. Okay, well that's fixed now. Thank you for pointing that out. I didn't know that they had done Factorio plus Space Age yet. That's one of the few mods, or that's one of the few overhauls, I should say, that I actually think could work decently with Space Age. Because Factorio is viewed by many already as a bit of a vanilla plus situation, and so that kind of seems a bit more natural. I honestly, I could see Bob's angels working as well. It's a little tricky, but I think it could fit. It would be a lot of work to make it fit. But I couldn't see Nolius really working with Space Age. I couldn't see, definitely not pYanodon's working with Space Age. I don't know. What are the other main overhauls? I guess there's the one we don't talk about as streamers, Industrial Revolution. There's that one. That one's hard to imagine working with Space Age, but I haven't played it enough to really know. Okay, so back to requesting things here. So we wanted Arcad Venom, Hot Air, and ammonia. Yeah. Okay, so Arcad Venom. Is 5,000 enough? Hold on. 5,000 would be only 1,000. Oh, 1,000 minutes. No, 100 minutes. Yeah. I think 5,000 is about right. We'll maybe go for 6,000 with a request threshold of 5,000. Okay, and then hot air. Just do 10,000. Hot air is so cheap, I don't mind having a little extra. And then ammonia. Oh, you know what I wonder? I wonder if I had thought to myself, I'll just make, I guess ammonia we need a little bit more. So we'll raise the threshold up to like 8,000, sure. Okay, we just want a little bit of a buffer for those. Anyway, I wonder if I was planning to just make the CO2 with biomass. Because do we already have biomass here? We should, though I don't remember requesting biomass. Did we ever do biomass? I don't actually think we did. I thought we had gotten all the solids. How did I miss biomass? Oh, had we not plugged it in yet? Oh, sorry, we don't need biomass. We do need biomass. We need subcritical water. Whoa, wait, we need 9 subcritical water a second. Hold on. 9 subcritical water a second. That is not what we're making down here. We are gonna have to improve our subcritical water build for this. Yeah. I would need 3 of these. Okay. Got it. I didn't realize what's going on here? That needed to be down there. That's what's going on. I see. Okay. So then that means we will need biomass here to make the subcritical that we put into the perogen. So why don't we throw that? Do we have the stacks to spare still? I think we definitely do. So we'll grab biomass. And I don't remember how many stacks. It looks like we're doing 11 of most things. But why don't we just do the full 21 here? Oh, wait a second. Do we really want that, or do we want it in here? Because it might go on a belt. And this is totally going to be in the way. Let's add some more chest action onto this. And then 192, that should allow for biomass to show up here. Okay. So we'll put the biomass there. And then that takes care of that. Okay, we're getting close here, right? Still doing CO2. What did I do this time? Oh, okay. This is less of a bad problem. This one's easier to fix. Okay, that. Arcad venom. Ammonia. However, I do think we realized a problem, which is the Arcad honey is not showing up. So let's go visit our Arcad facility and see what's going on there. I think we never just connected it properly, because last time I checked, Arcads were working fine. Then again, things break. The entropy of the base is ceaseless. Yeah, I think we just never put fluid honey. Yeah, that's all. Okay, so how do I actually... I guess we need honey as an overflow to then go into the tank that we put onto trains. Because we do need honey for the internal workings of the Arcad system. So we want this to be only overflow. And this is annoying. Shoot. What do I do here? Because we don't really have room for this. I mean, I guess we sort of do. I could probably scooch this one. That still needs to be scooched for that to be there. And then this water's in the way, and then that RoboPort, which is channel 1. I was wondering about that. But we can move that too. And then put those bots back in. Okay, this is still gonna be in the way though, isn't it? Because isn't it one tile? Yeah. That's always so annoying. I just don't think there's a way it can fit. What if I don't have that power pole? Wow, that was a very load-bearing power pole. That was the entire Arcad build. Nope, then the corner is still off. Gosh dang it. I guess I could, for once, make an exception with a train signal. And then just put it there. So that should accomplish the same overall goal. And then it does fit. Haha! And then we just need to move that guy. And then we need to move this water. And then we can fit a provider in. Minus this dump chest. And a few hot air pipes here, which I'll reconnect. 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 I will reconnect. I will reconnect the hot air pipes. I'm reconnecting the hot air pipes. Don't worry, I'm reconnecting them. The hot air pipes? What hot air pipes? You mean these hot air pipes? The hot air pipes that I need to reconnect. I didn't forget. Okay. Now, the raw, or not raw gas, but natural gas is also not connected. So I'm not forgetting that either. Okay, so that's all good and fine and dandy. And Arcad honey, how much honey can we even make a second here? Honeycomb's 50, right? Yeah. So 30 honey a second. So a minute. Well, that's 30,000. That's 90,000 an hour. Yeah, I don't know how much honey it uses internally to remake that, but surely that's enough to, or like we can fill one of these tanks. Okay, so the honey, come down here, and over here. Of course, the burner's in the way. Okay, so that's the arcade honey, and then we need the pump jack. Okay, I don't think we broke anything and didn't fix it. I really hope not. Arcade honey, fluid provide. I think we did okay here. Time will tell. Hopefully I didn't screw that up. By the way, I'm curious how much arcade venom we've built up now over here. Oh, we got plenty. Okay, look at that. It still isn't as much as it once, apparently. But we're close, yeah. And the arthropod blood we're way over. So we could always compost that, to be fair. We're not composting it right now. The blood and the arthropod blood we could throw into composters. And fish oil? I can't remember. No, fish oil can't be composted. May have forgotten to fix the hot air. Hot air. Hot air is fixed. Okay, so we still have some problems. Pi2 problems to fix. So we've got subcritical water, manure, and poop for manure. I meant to say moss. No, I meant to say manure and moss for manure. That's where my brain was going. So that's already one we know isn't fast enough. Stone bricks aren't fast enough. Cotton guts, I want to check on those. I'll call them cotton butts for fun. Okay, so those are things that we need to look into. Why do I have improved moss question mark? Are we not making enough over here? I think we are. The system is still getting jammed up, though. With stone. I mean, how much stone a second do these consume? I guess maybe we do need stack inserters. Huh. Or, you know what I could do? Yeah, I think I kind of have the solution here. We need to load the stone with 2 loaders. Yeah, let's go fix that. I think that'll improve our moss situation a little bit. And then cotton booties, I can't remember. I think we made enough, but I don't remember if we made enough for the old science build or the new one. I made enough for 0.7 out. Did I actually make 32 of those stupid things? I made 30. Okay. And how much do we actually need for Pi 2? 0.6? Okay, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. So anyway, I think the solution here is to shift. Wait, what's happening? Oh, this is not a sushi loop. That's what's happening. Okay, so yeah, the solution is to separately filter stone left. And then that one goes in. And this one will go into the top. Like so. Okay. Oh, not quite. And then this one needs to merge with that one. Okay, there we go. So that should actually prevent the issue that we've been having. And I don't know, you know, let's see, how many do I have? I have 40, so if I had 40 of these, that is only 10 stone a second in, so it shouldn't slow down. And then we're switching to recipe 2 when what is happening? So we go back to recipe 1 when stone is less than 8. So when this belt doesn't have stone on it. Shouldn't I also add the stone that's in this chest? Because then as soon as we run out of stone on this belt... No, the chest would just get recycled automatically. But yeah, no, that's the right thing to do. I think I was not crazy when I did that. Okay, so anyway, 2100 moss though is not very much. But it's when it's more than 2100 it switches back to the cheap recipe. Let's say more than 3000 it switches back. Because we use moss often enough that I don't want it to be constantly switching back. I want it to be doing the pricey recipe. And then it feels like this stone is not requesting enough. Let's go to 40 stacks here. Okay. Now, back to science. To the science world. This is gonna be great. And then, yeah, we'll probably work on fixing those Pi2 problems after we get Pi2 set up. Because, like, we have enough to make a decent amount of science per second. It just might not be able to, you know, consistently meet the bar. Okay, anyway, we're not making biosamples here, so ditch this building. We are doing everything else, though. Okay, so the final things we needed... Let's check on Arcad Honey. Is that actually filling up? It is. Perfect. Okay. And then we need CO2. But I think... And flavonoids. Or did we decide we were making flavonoids on site? I've now forgotten completely. Flava Flav. Why do I have no memory of this? I think we decided we were making flavonoids on site. Huh. So that means we have one more thing we haven't set up yet. Man, I thought we were so close. Okay, so that means we need more seaweed. Or, well, that's our first seaweed. And Yadles. Yadles. Seaweed at 1 a second is maybe enough to warrant... Oh, 160 stacks? This can't even hold 160 stacks. Whoops. Let's do this. Make this a bit bigger. Let's grab seaweed here. Hey, Gildarth. How possible do I see Pi2? I think it's pretty possible. We're getting really close here. We're getting really close. So there's seaweed and Yadles, which I think the Yadles would be a good fit for this. Yadles 10. Yeah, they're all backed up and everything now. Cool. Okay, so Yadles and seaweed are now in. and we'll make the flavonoids on site. Okay, let's keep going through here. So pressurized water is free. We've got that. We've got that now. We've got that. Got it. We don't have CO2, but we're making it from biomass. Super easy. In a high pressure furnace. Ammonia. Got it. Glassware. Got it. Seaweed tin. Rubber? Did request rubber somewhere, right? Wait, have I requested rubber yet? Yeah. It's up here. Okay. Liquid. Wait. Liquid manure. No, we don't. We're requesting the depolymerized, but I'm making the subcritical. Like that. Okay. Wait, so then I don't need a ton of biomass. How many? Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. We have a ton of biomass, so it'll mean less trains on average. Okay, so we did that. Meat. Plastic? Yeah, we requested plastic somewhere, right? We're just checking everything off the list here. Where did plastic end up? Did I not do plastic? I might not have done plastic. Well then, I'll be darned. Nope, I did do plastic. I just have no plastic. Do I not have a plastic provider? Let's find out. We do. It's just not filled up enough. Yeah, preschool girl, I've asked myself the same question. I think power is going to be an issue. So it might be first on the list to increase our power production before we, because we could have some brownouts, which could be problematic. For power production, I was thinking potentially we would just use this raw coal patch. The problem is, if we're just using raw coal to power coal power plants, we do get a lot of ash, which we don't want to waste. So we'll have that shipped on trains, but we already have like a facility up here, so I could pretty easily just ship the ash up to here. So that was kind of my thought, was just using this space as a big power plant. And we already have some backup set up, so I can turn this combinator on if we really need backup power, and that should last a while. So we've got some backup power in case of emergencies, but yeah, overall we just are gonna need more power. So I'll probably do that. We can put that in our Pi2 problems to fix list here. More power. Okay, so back to the list. We need to make bone meal. That's super chill. It does require more bones than I thought. We are requesting a lot of bones, so that's good. Okay, so why don't we get some belts out here? Or maybe I should build the stuff before I do the belts. This is tricky. Cause like, what needs the highest count of buildings? Like, let's get these three set up. Cause these three require a lot of moss, casein, plastic. We're gonna need some power over there, as well as a channel 1 roboport. So that way we have the channel 1 coverage. So we're gonna want a belt with casein and moss. And maybe... what are the other ones I'm planning to belt? Glassware and plastic. And Zippier eggs, what am I doing with those? Am I belting those? Or am I... No, I guess we're botting. We're botting the Zippier eggs. Okay, so then... So moss and glassware we could put on one. Now glassware is used in a bunch of other places too. Particularly for making laboratory instruments. Hey, there's the Arcat honey. Wait, what? How did a train... Oh, it brought exactly 25,000. Never mind. Never mind. We're good. Okay, moss and glassware. And then I just picked up some glassware. There we go. Okay, so that's good. And then substrates needed for the Pi 1 science, which I've called Pi 2 science a bunch of times. What if I had that belt running along here? Gosh, we're already 47 minutes into this episode. I do think we're gonna get to Pi 2 science in the stream though. I want to. Okay, let's get these set up. So we need 5 of them. Okay, and then train death will happen someday. It's probably true. So I guess glassware and substrate would make more sense. And then we can run that up between these buildings to feed both. And then moss will be on a separate belt with maybe the biomass. I don't know if it really matters. And then that can run up alongside these buildings. The casein and plastic, I guess, could go on a belt. And that can come over to our buildings over here. And there's access. I guess I didn't do pipes right. We're gonna have to use underground belts. Okay, that's fine. What else needs to be belted to these buildings? I don't think anything else. I think everything else is bot-based, right? Now, the bone meal, you know, there are other belt-based things, like laboratory instruments need a lot of they need the rubber and the tin, I think, is what the tin's for. Well, the yeah, the tin is for the equipment chassis, which is for the laboratory instruments. So why don't we get those set up? And then I think we'll have bots carry those around. So then we'll have rubber and tin come out here. And then we also need the glassware? Everything else is just botted. Maybe the small parts. Where am I putting small parts? Oh, did I never request small parts? God, we looked through the list like 100 times, I swear. Still missing stuff. Yeah, we never did small parts. Am I sure about that? Did we just never put small parts on trains? No, I just never requested small parts. Cool. Okay, so we need small parts as well. This one we just added more capacity to, so let's do small parts. I don't remember if we have a small parts provider that has that many stacks. So I'm gonna have to check. Yes. Okay. So that's done up here. Small parts. So then, I don't remember which thing needs which. So we need the laboratory or the equipment chassis, which needs the tin and the other two pieces, and then the laboratory instruments. And we needed way less than one building, right? Yeah, 0.366. So we will need to bring in the wood potentially for these to provide. We need 1 rubber a second, 1.045 tin a second. So those two work. This needs equipment chassis. And then we need a requester chest on the other two pieces. This needs optical set. Small parts will come, and the rubber's already here, and the equipment chassis is already here. Okay, so this will be that, and then we need the optical set. So, optical set. Realistically, what do we want to request here? 0.314. So let's do like 100 seconds. So we need about 31 optical sets. So channel 1, optical set, 31. And then this guy needed Phoenix circuits, but that's only about 10, so I'll do 15 of each. Circuit, 15, wrong channel. And then special, is that the word I should look for to find Phoenix the easiest? There's a lot of different words we could search. 15 of those. Okay, so that's there, and then we're gonna need wood for both. Wood for sheep. To fuel them. And that should be equipment, chassis, or laboratory instruments. And we'll get all the inserters powered up, and we'll just do like 1 stack. It's fine. I think. Because they stack to 100, right? Yeah. Okay. So that's done. There's so many like little micro steps here. We'll probably have to be done with the episode soon. Let's maybe work on this part. Well, we also want the Perigen. Where does the Perigen factor into this? So the Perigen... Perigen needs the cotton guts, the biosamples, the glassware, the cytostatics. It's actually all unspoilable stuff. And this one's mostly unspoilable stuff. And then we're also gonna need primers. But these both need cotton guts, which is why having them near each other would make sense. And they're gonna be controlled by similar logic. The logic is going to be connected because this one makes Sarcoris in the first place. So I'll need to figure that out. What's the carry capacity? They should, I'm pretty sure logistics bots carry a full load to, oh my goodness. toaster just stuck to the bottom of this glass. Condensation is a heck of a drug. I'm pretty sure they carry the full 3 for logistics requests. And just overfill the requester. Like, if you request 1 item, don't the logistics bots end up putting 3 in? I think. I could be wrong about that. Let me know if I'm wrong about that, but I thought that's what they did. Okay, and then the carbon dioxide. What's up, Mars? Howdy, howdy. I'll get your name in game after we're done with this YouTube episode. So... what do we need over here? This is where we need the bone meal. Did I want to belt the bone meal? I guess we did. It's a high enough per second. And what do we make bone meal in? Fluidized bed reactor? I could do that right here. Save ourselves a bit of trouble. Someday I'll probably make bone meal manually, or like for train network stuff, but here we'll just put the bone meal on the belt itself, because that's not really expandable in some ways. We'll bring down the bone meal, and that needs to go to here. Okay, so that's bone meal. Petri dishes. I haven't dealt with Petri dishes yet. Those are a pain in the butt, especially for this one. I might do a separate setup even, because the Petri dishes for the plasmids and primers and stuff, which we'll do in the next episode. This one only needs 0.059, which is, I think, less than 1 microorganism mine. By the way, I don't have the microorganism mines, so let's get those. Okay, so that's done. I feel like... oh, you know what? Bones might have been fine to put on a belt. I forgot we also needed bones for the animal samples. Which are needed, I think, just for logistics science. Which I'll put over here. Yeah, and then the batteries and poor alien samples can just be on a belt. These both decay, so there's a little bit of a problem there. We're gonna have to be really careful about that. Like, I might not run the animal sample building until... I mean, they do have an hour to decay. These have half an hour, but we just want to make sure we're not ever running... we're not ever producing units of those that we won't consume. It's also annoying because the animal samples are consumed in sets of 2, which makes it possible that we could have like 1 left here, 1 left here. So there could be a few of those happening. Yeah, bone meal from Ulrich's is something that we'll look into at some point. I don't think... did we look into it? I want to say it sucked. I feel like we looked at it. Did we not? It might be better later. Now I'm curious. Bone meal. Oh, we just haven't unlocked it yet. That's all it is. Wait, what? Oh, maybe they removed it? They might have removed it. Because I don't see it here. Or it's a turd option. Could be a turd. Let's look at all. Ulrich. Yeah, the being able to make from Ulrich's the bone meal is not a thing anymore. Oh, you just are talking about rendering them. Yeah, let's see about that. I still feel like I looked at this. Maybe I didn't. So 6 bone meal from Ulrich's. What would this look like? Wait, 167 Ulrich versus something like Augs. Let's see, this is gonna be bones to bone meal. So we're talking 0.167 Ulrich versus 0.667 Aug. That is a lot less. I don't remember though how much easier Augs are to make than Ulrichs. And these need the Ulrich food. There's not very many Ulrich corrals. Let's see. Yeah, but the Malaysia is a pretty steep cost, actually. That's another 2 buildings. But compared to the Augs, Augs end up with, here's their, yeah, 17. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're just needing bone meal specifically. But that's maybe for a someday situation. Okay, anyway, back to what we were doing. I was wanting to work on this a little bit. We're gonna need to be done with this YouTube episode soon, but let's go grab the microorganism mine, and we'll just have one specific one that hooks up to that building. Okay, where's the old thingamajig? Oh, it wasn't on. I gotta remember to turn that thing back on. Okay, well, we had 2 ready to go, I guess. Okay, yeah, we're already at 1 hour and 3 minutes. We'll go a little bit further, but are we gonna get Pi 2 in this stream? The number of things to do, it just somehow keeps growing magically. I feel like this would actually be best right here, because then it can direct feed. Oh, this is getting really, really hairy here, isn't it? Even with Bob's inserters, this is getting nuts. Gosh. So I need the spoiled petri dishes to come back this direction. Okay. So many spoilable things. Okay, so that works, and then the other things aren't spoilable. And then flora, we're just requesting Malaysia seed. I have no idea how many. Just request 100, sure. Wait, what? We don't have those? Where's the Malaysia seed? Oh, it's up here. Oh, do we need to belt that one? Just delete that block. Relasia seed. Yeah, I think we were wanting to belt it. So let's belt it with the bone meal. Which actually is not that bad to do this. And then it can go on the right side. Or, well, the left side, according to the belt. Okay. And that'll get bone meal and Relasia seed there. The urea, I guess we're requesting. Via bot. And the petri dishes, and then the flora is requested via bot. And where's the flora landing? What have I done with flora? Most of the flora gets used in these biological samples. Okay. I think I want this to be the flora requester. It's a 3-hour decay time, so I'm not super concerned about it, to be perfectly fair. And what's the rate? The rate is 21 a minute, so 10 minutes. Or no, it's close to that, but it's actually 26 a minute. So 100 minutes is 2600. So I guess we do want a train full. We'll do that. Okay. All right, we're gonna call it an episode there, and then in the next episode, we might finish this, or at least we're gonna be getting close, I think. We've got a lot of work already done. Some things are starting to get hooked up. There's still quite a bit more to do, though, but we're getting there. So, as always, for those of you from the future YouTube recording world, thank you for watching. Let me know what you think down in the comments, and I'll see y'all in the next one. All right, I'm gonna take a quick little break here, and then we will resume play. You guys go get something to drink, stretch your legs, and we'll be back. All right. So Mars 06, let's get your name going here. Where did the Foodinator go? Let's grab a version of this. Let's do, can be right here actually. Okay, so about there will work. Okay, but we're gonna have to change the text a little bit here. So M's are the worst, unfortunately. A R. How do I do Z's again? I don't remember exactly. All right, there's that. And I think we need to get asphalt available. Because I don't think the bots have asphalt. Yeah, you can only do so many redemptions, thankfully. Otherwise, I'd be here all day. It works a little better when I'm streaming, you know, consistently. It's a bit unfortunate. Wow, traffic! Look at all this traffic. It's actually concerning. Yeah, with the only streaming once every 100 hours, not really enough for everyone to get their name in game redemptions going. What's up with copper here? Something wrong? Oh, something's very wrong with copper processing. We're out of oxygen. Interesting. Huh. Very interesting, actually. Well, gotta fix that. But voiced. But voiced. Alright, gotta get this hooked up. There's no power anywhere near these. Okay. So there we go. Now the bots will be free to deliver names in games. And why don't we put Kiran near? You'd go in this one, the oil block. There's a lot going on here. So did I mess up this signals with these? I don't think it is. These are kind of scary. Yeah. Okay. Let's bring our pallet. Get rid of trees. Alright, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. K. Y. R A. It's weird, you can't right click on these. I should have done the background first. That would have made a lot more sense. That would have made a lot more sense. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, ridiculous. All right, let's actually get this going correctly. Okay, KYR, this is the R. This is the A. N underscore Z. Also, can we talk about how I just had that perfect? That was pretty great. Okay, anyway, what do you mean missing construction robots, by the way? I'm using all 320? For what? Oh. They're just forever away. They all got... You know, there's a world where I have like 10 bots in every RoboPort just to have enough so that they're always close. That's an interesting thought. Okay, names in games are done. Can I make any electrolyzers? Yeah. I'm gonna add like 3 electrolyzers manually to this setup. Because this oxygen's going to quite a few places, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, it's going... Well... Wait, those are providing hydrogen. There's an overflow valve there. So these ones are providing top up to this. And then that one provides to copper. And then it provides to iron. And to steel. Okay. So then... Yeah, we just want more on this one to top up, I think. Okay. So I'm just gonna plop these over here. And then we'll hook up water. Hopefully we have enough water for all this. Haven't really checked water supply in a long time. Those are one direction. And then this is a 2 direction. Go up, over. Okay. Hydrogen's connected. Oxygen is connected. Power is powered. There we go. Okay, so that'll give me at least 30 more a second. I'm not totally sold that that's going to be enough, but it'll help. Because those need 60, those need 100, and those need 60 if they're all running at the same time. And those need 25. Still, I can't believe we ran out of copper. It's crazy. What have we been spending all the copper on? What has been consuming hundreds and thousands of copper? Maybe all the small parts that we're shipping around? That could be part of it. That could be part of it. Could be parts of it. Okay, let's head back up and then we'll start the next episode. The bots will finish their task eventually. Yeah, I think I have oxygen being provided as a trash fluid here, but it's not hooked up. Like, I don't have an input to my metals using trash oxygen yet. So, hey, Patata, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Hello everyone, Krydax here, and welcome back to pYanodon's Season 3, the special stream 200-hour celebration. We will be getting a lot more done with Pi2 Science. That's what this whole episode's about. We also discovered a little bit of an issue. Our copper was slowing down because of oxygen. So I actually added 3 more electrolyzers over here, hooked into this little area to try to get enough oxygen, because now we're using oxygen for steel, iron, and copper. And a little bit for antimony. So between all of that, it was a little too much oxygen, and we were actually getting less copper because of it. But I think now we're close to running full tilt, because those can only consume 60, and these make 80 now. But when you factor in also iron and stuff, and steel, that might be a little problematic. Those steel's backed up. Anyway, we got a lot to do, so let's request the petri dishes here. But then, actually, what's the best way to do this? Yeah, why don't I do it like this? So the recycled petri dishes actually will just get inserted back into this requester. So we're not gonna have to worry about that being a problem. And then this one will go here, and then I don't even know, should I just let this run constantly? And just not care, and it'll just loop? I don't know. Seems fine to me. That needs to be channel 1. Because it's not... we don't lose anything. So it'll just constantly run forever. I guess we could... I guess we could say, if we have enough poor alien samples, that we stop it from running. Poor alien samples, less than 4. Read, hold. Okay. That building can be there. I just want to give things a little bit more space here. Alright. So, what is next? There's so much to do here. We got the bone meal going, but what we didn't do was get the actual steam for the bone meal going. Let's do that. Oh, I guess real construction bots are already on the way, so my bots won't take priority. That's what I miss about nanobots. You know what? I just realized that's why this is a new feeling to me. You know how I've been saying, like, it'd be nice if I could order something where, like, only the base bots do it. Nanobots will still be active even if real construction bots are on their way to do something. And I wish there was a button I could press to make my bots take priority. And, like, I don't care if construction bots from the base are coming. I want my bots to do their thing. And then sometimes you don't want that, but, like, the ability to do that would be nice. And nanobots would always do that. So nanobots were kind of annoying if you didn't want your stuff to take priority, because it just always would, but it fixed the other half of the problem, I guess. Okay, so there's steam for the bone meal. Steam for the steam god. And where are logs ending up, by the way? Over here? So we're gonna need a wood processing unit on logs. So many things to do. Should we just work our way up from the bottom and work on good alien samples now? Because we already got poor alien samples contained within this one? No. Losing track. Okay, poor alien samples are an input to the green science, but also an input to the good alien samples. So the good alien samples are made in a gene lab. And then we've got 2 biofactories nearby, as well as another gene lab. Though the plasmids don't go into the good alien samples. The plasmids are actually for other things. The plasmids are mostly for animal samples, and then the Peregrine or Sarcoris stuff, and cytostatics. And the cytostatics are for the Peregrine. Okay, so we need, let's try to, and I also might move this up a notch. Put those on top there. In fact, I might just move it all up. So we have some more space down here. Okay, so this is intense. If such things can be intense. I'll use a long inserter. So that'll be cytostatics, because we also need plasmids, which are not made in one of these. They're made in biofactories, which look like this. Okay, so biofactories making plasmids. We don't need more than one, right? Or do we need more than one? We need 2 biofactories making plasmids. Of course. But only one will need to feed the cytostatics. So then the problem, though, and this one, so these 3 all need the incubated petri dishes. And I think those are the only spaces that need incubated petri dishes. Plasmids don't spoil, and neither do primers, so that's nice. But then we also need the DNA polymerase. Cytostatics only go into Peregrines. The DNA polymerase is needed for the good alien samples, which are also made in one of these. God, look at the number of ingredients there. That is absurd. And that needs, thankfully, only unspoilable things. This needs unspoilable. So the only spoilables here are the incubated petri dishes, thankfully. Okay. Is that most of the buildings? I guess we need to make the ball mill. Oh, that makes biomass as an output? I didn't clock that. I forgot about that. Does that fulfill our biomass need for, you know what, it might. No, 0.667, still not quite. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how to belt everything here. This is nonsense. So we need the glassware down here. We are going to need, yeah, we need glassware for all of this. All 5 of these need glassware, except I guess primers don't. It's weird that plasmids do and primers don't, given that they're like the same icon but rotated with a purple cap instead of a blue cap. It feels like they should both need glassware. Feels like a bug. They should, game is broken. Fix your game. All right, so the glassware belt is gonna have a heyday. What else should I put on that belt? Probably laboratory instruments? Or plastic. Because we need plastic for both of these as well. So maybe glassware and plastic. Because I think we're already doing lab instruments on, I guess plastic's right there. Where's the glassware? Glassware's over here. And we've already got substrate, so we'll have to separate out the substrate. So substrate can go east. We don't want the moss on this belt anymore. We're gonna get Pi2 science, and it's gonna be great. Maybe in this episode? I don't know. I don't think it's gonna happen in this episode. We got a lot to do here. All right, substrate to the right. No glassware there. Oh no, we do want glassware and substrate. Okay, so we just want only glassware to come down here. And then mix with plastic. I guess casein can just stop here, so we'll just say plastic right. Oops. Right. Okay. And then that can do one of these. And now we've got plastic and glassware. Okay, that's one step of many completed. So, okay, back to biological samples are done. Ground samples need rich clay and soil. Did those need to be belted? I'm kind of bouncing all over the place here, but it's the Zen Garden experience. We're getting something done, so who cares? 0.438, 0.29. Was I planning on belting those? I don't remember. It looks like I was planning on botting them. So, and then soil we were planning on making on hand. So we need a soil extractor. We do have one available. Okay, so the soil extractor would do something like this. And load in. And then the requester chest on rich clay. I don't know how much we need, but 50 should be fine. But then also wood to run the building. That's soil, and then this is water. Okay, soil's done. Now the microorganism mines for all the incubated petri dishes. How many do we need? According to this, we need, I want to put this above the other one. We need 8 microorganism mines available. That's kind of a lot. Thankfully, I'm okay putting this stuff on belts now that we have the new system that, you know, the Factorio, whoa, no, do that, thank you. The Factorio update that made it so that the results are always fresh, whatever that's called, so that they come out fresh. When the result is not meant to rely on the, what is that? Just trying to do the next thing. When the results of a recipe are not meant to rely, okay, turn that off, grab that, remove that, then turn it back on. Yeah, when the results are always just 100% fresh, they were still starting the spoilage timer when the craft started, but then Factorio patched it, oh, I've talked about this a dozen times, so that now the results are fresh at the end of the craft, which means you can pause the buildings, which is super nice, without the spoilage happening. So anyway, we need 7, did we say 7 or 8? It was 8, actually. Just had it, where did it go? Did I remove it? I must have unclicked it. Shift for 5 up. Yeah, 7, it's 8. Okay. So anyway, the difference that matters here is that now you actually get 45 seconds for microorganism mines instead of 25 seconds. Because the 20-second crafting time was measured against the 45-second spoilage time. So that's a small change. So now you actually get the full 45 seconds. However, this does not apply for those who are like just thinking about spoilage in general for like space age or whatever. And I need a shorter belt. So what I'm actually gonna do is I'm going to bring this, we're gonna do a 2x4 situation here. It does not apply to like a lot of the space age spoilage recipes, because a lot of the space age spoilage recipes actually rely on the recipe, the ingredients freshness to say how fresh the result will be. And those recipes do start spoiling the moment you start crafting them. But it's just that pYanodon's, for the most part, thus far as I've seen, only, it's always just like the result is fresh no matter what the ingredients were. And so because of that, it works out nicely with the pYanodon's situation. Okay, we're gonna put onto one side of the belt only. And then that is going to have, I guess, on the right side here, the whatchamacallits. And then what we'll do is we'll provide to each of these as soon as possible. And on this square, we will say left goes Petri dishes. And then spoiled Petri dishes will be loaded back in to the belt onto which side? So the right side, so the top side has the incubated, so the bottom side has those. Perfect. And then those will get sent back here like that. And then what we'll do is we'll do a requester and we'll do a priority input right here. It looks like... Wait, what's... Why is that not flashing? I guess it doesn't flash if it's lacking on channel 1, even though it kind of should be. Okay, let's get a lamp down there. Lamp over here. Alright, and then anyway, we unload the Petri dishes from here, which also needs to be channel 1. I already did that. Petri dish. And we can just request 50, that's fine. Now, is this just not close enough? Yeah, it's not close enough. Okay, so we need another channel 1 there. Unfortunately, I am out of my own personal roboports. So... Okay, so glassware is here, plastic is here. We're gonna have to do a lot of piping. This one needs laboratory retrovirus, route cocoon. Did I request route cocoon? Oh no. Oh no, I still forgot something somehow. How did I miss this every time? Route cocoon, it's right there. We never requested route cocoons. I was blind to the route cocoon. No, I wasn't. It's right there. Goodness, we're just not providing it to trains. Which, I don't even... Had I even clocked that in my head yet? Kind of a big problem. Wait, I'm out of Rauk food? Okay, now that feels like a problem. Wait, is this rate just not enough? Hold on. According to the super calculator, we're getting 0.53 Rauk food a second. Is that really not enough? Surely we ran out of something else, right? Yeah, we ran out of something for a little while, but for the last hour we've been making 32 a minute solid. Is that really not enough? It's technically more than enough. So what's the problem? We're gonna need to do a new Vrauk build at some point. This is becoming a bit too unwieldy. And it shouldn't even be running all that much. Like, rubber's... I guess it's running a lot right now because we needed a lot of formic acid for the rubber that we requested a bunch of rubber up here. So I guess that's where that's coming from. But yeah, what we need to do now is pull cocoons off of the belt. So that moss looks like it's way too much. Ugh. I'm gonna go down to 1150. Anyway, we gotta pull cocoons off of this belt now, which is weird. Oh no. Oh, this is so tricky. Because the cocoon makers are meant to start up to control Vraux. So... yeah, we just need a full redo of Vraux. I'm just gonna put that on the list. For now, we need 0.234 cocoons. I think I'm gonna do some changes here. I'm gonna go down and I'm gonna make that building just provide cocoons directly to the train network. And that's all it's gonna do. Yeah, my inventory is just completely... well, some of these are needed for crafting buildings, but the limestone and asphalt, not so much. That's also on my list, once we get into Pi 2 science, is automating, like, tiles. I think I do want to put tiles around the whole base, but I think I want cooler, slightly cooler systems. Like, maybe I'll do... you know, iron oxide under the train tracks and then Nexalit tiles or something. Like there's... when do we get the next set of tiles? Oh, we already did. I just haven't researched it. And then we get... okay, that's not really a set of tiles. Okay, those are all the tiles then. So we can look at our options and we can do some more... I guess there's more options for making asphalt, though that seems worse than the other one. And then there's coal tiles, which are a little different, I guess. But yeah, I could see a mixture of Nexalit tiles and asphalt and maybe some steel tiles. Have a cool design for that. Anyway, what are we doing? So we got to get these Vraux eggs rolling here. So what we're going to do is we're going to say filter on the empty barrel. And then this guy is going to filter on Vraux cocoon. And then we're gonna belt that up and over and into probably this provider, because it's a multi-provider. Okay, we're doing things. No one can argue that we're not doing things. Oh gosh. Whoa, that was almost train death. Escaped by the skin of our teeth again. Oh my goodness. That was a close one. Okay, and then how many cocoons am I actually requesting? 1,000, okay. All right, that should do it. Now here's the problem. That building is gonna take almost an hour to get what we need built up. Then again, it's gonna take us an hour to get to running this whole system, so maybe that's fine. The other problem is if that building's not running constantly. Hopefully it will be. Yeah, I don't know. We can always do one manual transfer of Vraux cocoons if we really need to get things rolling. That was such a close call with the train. But again, why are trains going this way? What reason do they have to go around that U-turn? I don't understand it. I don't understand why a train would go around that U-turn. It's happened now a couple times. Is it some sort of weird repathing that like makes it think it's gonna get there sooner if it does that? I don't know. That one's confusing to me. That one is confuzzling. Okay, anyway, this needed to be channel 1. Which apparently now has 2 construction bots in it. Okay, and that should connect that one, so now we're getting those delivered. Yes, perfect. Okay, things are happening, things are happening. So let's keep going with these poor alien samples. So that means we need the wood processing unit, which I'm just gonna handcraft, I guess. And that's gonna choppy on the logs. I might just do that down here. Well, what needed the wood in this whole build? Nothing, just fuel. Maybe I should have just used fiber for fueling these buildings. Feels like a lot of extra work, but whatever. I'll just plop this guy down here. That goes straight into a requester chest, or into a provider chest, I mean. Logs, click. Oh, it doesn't have the channel 1, click, and that should be it. pYscience 2 is officially researched. Okay, and we do need more logistics bots too for the channel 1 system, I think. But there we go. We'll have that fill up to a few stacks of wood. And then that will be available for fueling everything. This one... Oh, I guess I put urea there, but we didn't really need. Oh, that's fueling with flora, that's bad. I need to do the thing again where we set the filter to wood. How do I fix this? Turn that sideways for a minute, don't look. Set filter to wood. Okay. Now we can request wood here. Channel 1. Okay. And then that'll run the fuel on all the buildings, and then there's poor alien samples. And then we do need a provider chest on channel 0. It's on the correct channel right now. I just want to build up like 200 poor alien samples to have for like when I'm making cDNA creatures and stuff. And that'll be for the base-wide logistics. So, going back to here, this has got pYanodon's finished. Batteries, were we planning on doing bots? Battery bots? Yeah. So bots for batteries and poor alien samples are already on this belt. So that will be belted up. And then at that point, I don't really think we need this. At that point, we might as well, rather than a bunch of separate requesters, let's just put the batteries on here. I don't know how many we need. 50, just, sure, 50's fine. Oh yeah, it is all coming together. So then that will feed those, and then we'll deal with the animal sample and Sarcoris in a minute. I guess animal samples could go over here too. What are those made in? One of these? Yeah. So this needs plasmids though, so it could be made over there, but it's nice to have all the spoilable stuff nearby. And this needs regular bones. This is so tricky, and we want to run animal samples only when we've got... This is so tricky. It's like I need everything to have its own separate green light, and then if all the green lights are green, then we run everything. You know, it's like we gotta... things are cross-checking each other, because it's like I don't want to make animal samples if we're not ready to make sarcorises, and I don't want to make sarcorises if we're not ready to make animal samples. So it's kind of all this catch-22 stuff. And part of me says, screw it, let's just have it all run. I mean, the sarcorises aren't, like... I mean, they're kind of expensive to waste. Because actually, sarcorises are quite expensive. Animal samples give you the plasmids back at least, but you lose all of the animal parts. So, I don't know. How do I set this up properly? Well, while we're noodling on that... It's really funny. I've always been a Factorio player that's fine with letting science just chill. I get a large amount of comments about not running my science constantly. Like, over the course of the years, I've gotten many comments. And it always cracks me up. Because I've always been the type of player that has way more research labs than I can sustain constantly anyway. So what that means is, like, if I don't research something for a while, it'll catch up. You know, like, once I start researching something, it'll zoom really fast until I'm back to my constant production rate. So it's just not really that big of a deal. I think the problem is when players think... because some players build the number of labs that matches their science production, in which case, yes, you should always have science researching. But if you have 4 or 8 times as many labs as you can sustain, then there's really no cost to letting your labs idle, because they'll catch up so fast it doesn't matter. And that's how I always play vanilla as well, because in vanilla it's so easy to get more labs than you need. Anyway, did I ever do the depolymerized organics request? That's what I'm looking at right now. I don't think we did. Okay, and it was a small amount, right? Yeah, 0.9. So like 6,000 would be fine. Okay. And we've had a full research queue for the last, I don't know, 20, 40 hours. It's been a long time that we've been researching stuff for getting towards Pi 2. Yeah, and like unlocking new stuff is great, but again, in pYanodon's, that's a little bit of a different feeling because you often are not caught up anyway with all the things you've already unlocked. So there's a lot of reasons in pYanodon's why, but I will do that so you guys don't see the flashing anymore. Help you be slightly less insane. And what are we up to for the depolymerized? 2.4 thousand? That's not very much. Okay. But we need cotton butts over here. Oh, and substrate. Okay, so there's substrate for the Sarcoris. That doesn't spoil, so I don't have to worry about that. Plasmids and the butts. Let's get the butts. on a belt. I guess the small parts belt. And then can come down here. And then there's cotton guts available to both. Biosamples, glass, oh, buildings. Shorter than I thought it was. And guts, artificial blood. Wait, did we not request that one either? How have I requested so many fluids and still not all the fluids we need? This is ridiculous. Artificial blood, we also need 0.278. Oh, that's like nothing. Artificial blood, 6,200. Okay, and those are hooked up. Goodness. So many fluids. Ridiculous. Alright, so we're getting there. These poor alien samples are stopped because this is stopped because why? Oh, wait. The output of this one can spoil as well. Right. Okay, that should fix things. Alright, so that's done. This trash unrequested will be good to get rid of flora, spalinin, when it spoils. And then, okay. 4 alien samples are good to go. Alright, we're just bouncing around here, one thing at a time, so we need the plastic and glassware in for that, and in for these, and this, and this, and this. And then we need the lab instruments for all these. This one needs sap, and for Woji, this is where the phytoplankton's going. Let's get the Zogna hooked up and the Decalin hooked up. Let's just start getting the liquids hooked up, so because this is going to be some serious spaghetti too. Even with flipping, you know, advanced fluid handling, it's going to be rough. What are the odds that that's one tile off? It just somehow a surprising amount of one tile off interactions given how long those pipes are. Okay, so Zogna's plugged in. And then Decalin we're bringing from over here, so that thankfully that one doesn't become part of the spaghetti. So there's Decalin hooked up. The sponges come via requester chest. I'm a bit concerned that that isn't being met. Did I not remember sea sponges? Surely I did. Right there. They're right there. Oh, they just weren't being picked up yet. Okay, I need more logistic spots. Okay. Primers. Or plasmids, I mean, we need the... Oh god, what did I do? Wait, why are things getting on both sides of the belt? I don't know. Is it this one? This is... I forgot to put that on the correct side. Alright, hold on. Refresh all of this nonsense. You put things on the correct side of the belt, why don't you? Okay, anyway, and then the output of plasmids. Let's see, how do we want to do this? I think we want to output into a provider chest on channel 1. That inserter's not powered. I think someone pointed that out earlier. I'm just now remembering you saying that. And then we need requester chest for lab instruments. One. No, I don't need that to be filtered. I need this to be laboratory instruments. 10, sure. These all need lab instruments, though. It almost makes me want to put them on the belt, but they're already being delivered by bot anyway. So I think in this case I won't. And we'll just have the separate systems here. And then we need SAP and Fuoji in this one as well. SAP. Fuoji. I'm fine with having more of things that are cheap anyway, because a bigger buffer is only a one-time cost, and that way we make sure the rates don't matter. And this needs the retrovirus, which I'm also not making. So we need whichever one of these two buildings makes them. Wait, neither of those makes retrovirus? What makes retrovirus? An incubator. This is where the hot air is needed, by the way. Oh, what is this? Totally missed that. Liquid nitrogen triples my retrovirus, and 20 liquid nitrogen is only 200 nitrogen and 20 gasoline. That's definitely worth it in the long run, but I don't think this accounts for very much of my cost. It would save me some grout cocoons, but this accounts for a small enough amount of the cost that I'm not too worried about it. So for now, we'll just use the normal one because that's what we've prepared for. But obviously in the long run, that's not the right choice. Okay, that has the lab instruments requested. And this one, weirdly, also just needs the petri dishes. And it needs glassware. Shoot. I thought we had gotten all our glassware out of our system. Okay, we'll get those requests dialed in. We don't need the glassware. We do need the rest. And then hot air needs to come across. And this one needs 1, 2, 3, we need 4, 5 fluids here. I mean, we just need like pipelines extraordinaire here. So let's have this top one be hot air. What's that? Way up there. Okay. That'll go across and actually go into the train area. I think it's actually easier to go around. Okay, so there's hot air. We're gonna need the Arcad venom down here. The Corlex milk, the Arcad honey. And then we need to make, I still haven't set up the formamide, which needs a fluidized bed reactor. So that can go anywhere. Maybe we should put that more central. And the methanol is weirdly only a one-time cost. Kind of forgot about that. I should have just brought... Oh my god, I ended up with 75,000 methanol too. That's hilarious. Because really all we need is like a single tank like this to loop some methanol with some one-time input. And there we go. Done forever. Okay, and then the ammonia can come over. And then the CO2, I guess I wanted a high pressure furnace. This is so many things. How would you do this without spaghettiing? I just don't even, I can't even comprehend how you do this without spaghetti. Okay, and then we've got this guy. Which needs to come over and connect. And we'll do a requester chest. Channel 1. Biomass. Alright, let's go grab some more bots. I'm feeling the need for more. I mean, we are doing bots everywhere, and there's still spaghetti everywhere. It's like the pipe spaghetti is really hard to avoid, too. I mean, I guess one way to do it would have been to get, like, a pipe bus first. Like, build a pipe bus out from the trains, and then the things that we need on belts, put that next to it, and then we just build the buildings up vertically from that. Like, that would have worked, I guess, but would have just felt wrong. Why was there exactly 23? Oh, God. What were we out of? Oh, it's in the system, not in the building. I'm gonna do 40. Or not in the chest, I mean. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, using bots to barrel fluids is an option, I guess. What's stuck? Oh, crap. Now what? Oh. It isn't set on artificial blood. Okay. Easy fix, actually. That feels good when something is easily fixed. Okay. So there's the formamide done, and then we need to deliver that to here. And then the Corlex milk can be delivered actually, you know what? This is gonna be a lot nicer if I do it like this. And then the Arcad Venom can be the bottom one, and the Corlex milk can be that one. Perfect. Okay, so Corlex milk needs to be this guy. Where is that stuff? Let me go up, over, and then that one. So there's Corlex milk, and then finally we needed the Arcad Venom, which is way up there. And we'll have that be on this vertical. So this is Arcad Venom. Okay. Fluid bots are a little better because they buffed barrels to hold 50 fluid, right? Or no, wait, no. Wait, fluid bots. What? Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, biofluids. I missed what we were talking about. I don't know what biofluids are. Okay. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Biosamples and poor alien samples are needed. Poor alien samples are already on a belt, so it feels hard to argue. I shouldn't just do this. So there's poor alien samples. the primers. I need it in 2 places? Is that right? No, just the one. We're at 50 minutes on this episode? Yeah, we're definitely not getting there. I'm also a bit concerned that laboratory instruments aren't running yet, and also hot air. Where's the hot air? Here's up here. Okay, so hot air's in. Why are lab instruments not up and running yet? They should be. We're missing optical sets? Oh. What's the problem there? Optical sets are not showing up. Despite having, yeah, I wondered if that was the problem. We have too many stacks now. 45, 25 is 70, 90, 112. No, we're still okay. Alright, so that'll fix that problem. Oh god. Oh god, my base. Oh, the power. The power underwhelming. Oh, I saw some brown. I saw some brown. Hey, finished polar bear. Congratulations on getting Logiscience running. That is a big milestone. Okay, so channel 1 on this guy. Feed all the things. We're gonna need to deal with spoilage. And in this case, the spoilage comes in 2 forms. So here we'll trash unrequested. And the spoilage comes in the form of... Wait, we don't need that because we're trashing unrequested. We need this, which comes in the form of jerky and also biocrud. Okay. Now the bones, I just might let the bots handle the bones. And everything else. So that means we need to put bones. Apparently the bone, what's going on with the bone meal? We're out of, no, we're not out of bones. Divider, inserter, filter, bones. You know, it would be cool if there was a modifier you could hold, you know, like hold Alt when you like build an inserter to have it be filtered before you place it. I know you can make like a blueprint to place a filtered inserter, but that's a little different than what I'm talking about here. Oh, I've got plenty of options for power right now. We could start looking at tidal power, like we could already do, well, I guess not quite stage 2, but soon we'll be able to do stage 2 of tidal power. And those make 40 megawatts a piece, so there's an option. These only make 6, so that's kind of iffy. But even so, if I had 100 of these, I don't know how big they are, but how big are they? They're pretty big. But I've also got a pretty big shoreline here. How do you actually place these? That's annoying that there's not a bigger gap. Kind of makes diagonal shorelines awful. I guess we could use landfill to kind of make it jagged. But I mean, we could easily fit 100 of these along the shoreline here. And that would be 600 megawatts right there. So it's not crazy to think about tidal power. Anyway, let me get the more bots into the channel 1 system here. We need them. Alright. How we doing? How we doing? So, we're still lacking blood connection. That one's really easy. Blood connection. Wait, what? Did I do that one off? I did. There we go. So Blood's done. Primers, or plasmids, I mean. What did I do? How did I do this again? What is going on? How? Oh, I know how. Maybe. These aren't filtered. These outputs need to be separated into, depending on what thing they're outputting. That might have been it. Maybe? I don't actually know. But this is an explanation for what happened. Okay, so now those can only go on the correct side of the belt again. Goodness. And these buildings are placing them on the correct side of the belt as well. Wait, no. Yeah. Yeah. These go onto the top. They go onto the inner belt and the outer belt. Okay, and those are putting them onto the inner part of the belt as well. Okay, I think everything's agreeing. What's up, Simon? Still don't know why Twitch thinks you're a possible ban evader. It's so weird. I don't know what you've done to flag Twitch's anger, but alright, we are not done with Pi 2, but we're getting there. Okay, phytoplankton is all the way over there. I might go back into the train area here for this one, because then I can do one of these. Oh, I get what's happening. I'm just a dummy. Right. Because of... it makes so much sense now. And I also need a filter here to take the spoiled ones off the end of the belt. Now it makes more sense. I forgot that, like, they could spoil on the belt and then turn back into the regular petri dish. I don't know how that, like, escaped my mind. So much stuff with spoilage. I swear, there's like 18 things you have to do, and it works fine if you do all 18 things, but I forget to do at least 1 or 2 of those 18 things every time I deal with spoilage. And all that being said, I still kind of like it. So. Alright, anyway, the problem is still laboratory instruments. What's going on with those? The optical sets, those have now been delivered, so we should be running now, and we're not. They haven't been delivered. I lied. Wait, where are optical sets? Here. How have those not been delivered yet? Oh, they're literally on the way. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. Depolymerized organics, okay. Cytostatics are pretty much done. We need the subcritical water. I need to hook up the artificial blood. Okay, artificial blood can be here. Okay, that's hooked up. Done. And then we finally need some heat exchanger for subcritical water. I was worried about that. We need to put one of those in our temp crafting. Go grab it. And then a requester chest for biosamples. Okay. So that should finish out Perogen. Sarcoris is also done once we get the plasmids. Plasmids should actually be going as soon as laboratory instruments are done. So we'll bring plasmids over, feed plasmids into cytostatics on the way, over to Sarcoris, and then feed those there. And then we'll also do like a splitter, which will fill provider chest for the generic base with like 300 plasmids. And then weirdly, we're gonna get some plasmid spoilage, which I might input priority back on this side at some point, which we could. No! We do not want you to be outputting spoiled petri dishes. Rude. Same with you. Your spoiled petri dishes have a home and it's over there. Oh, yeah, I guess there's a little bit of a problem here, isn't there? Why don't we run this belt only if... How many times have I had to mess with this petri dish build? Like 40? What? Oh, all belt. There we go. That's a little more what I was expecting to see. As many times as it takes to get it right. Yeah, unfortunately. Alright, retrovirus is... And we need to probably store some of those too. So we'll split our output here. I do need another regular channel 0 roboport there. That one should be good to go soon. We also need Vrout cocoons for this guy. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, why don't I put that there? Because it's a lot of the same ingredients. And we'll bump up the lab stuff, and we'll bump up the Vrout cocoon. Okay, and we still don't have Arcad honey. Shoot. Wow. How do I still need more fluids? Okay, so Arcad honey. And I think we'll call it an episode after this, because we're still a little ways away from being done. I don't think we're already an hour and 2 into this episode. I think we're gonna need a third episode here. Arcad honey is hooked up. Okay. Oh, I'm not stopping the stream. I don't think we're gonna get Pi 2 in this episode. We've still got a lot left to do. I still haven't made microfiber for that. I guess we need the requester for biosamples. That's on channel 1, okay. Biosamples and microfiber. So we'll get the microfiber set up in the next one. We need to do the subcritical water setup. But we're getting really close. We've got most everything. That's actually plugged in. We just don't have enough made yet. This will start running as soon as we get plasmids. I need to actually connect all the belts and the bots for these ones. Oh, the Arcad honey I need to make the flavonoids as well. We need to import the mechanical parts. These are ready to go. This one will be ready to go once those two start firing up. I need to import, hold on, we need one more train station too to get started on importing. Where are we at? And we're gonna import pYanodon's. Information science. 30 stacks. Done. And then we're gonna move our labs up here as well. Oh, there's so many things to do. But yeah, we'll call it an episode here. We are tantalizingly close, and yet I think there's still quite a bit of work to do. So for those of you watching from the future YouTube, as always, thank you guys for watching. Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, so we're getting there. We are getting there. Did I wanted to check on two things. I wanted to check on Vrout cocoons. I have 44. Oh god. What? How do I only have 44? What does this run out of? Or did a shipment already happen? Oh. Please tell me a shipment already happened. Oh, it did. Okay, we got the Vrout cocoons. Nice. Okay, so now all we're waiting on is the depolymerized organics, I think. Which are wanting to build up to 6,000. And they are currently built up to... still only 3,000. Why is this not increased? This is just so slow. I might need to make a second heat exchanger here for it. Yeah, it's not the rate of the compost. Okay, let's go add that in real quick, because I don't really want to start the next episode until I'm confident we're going to be able to finish the py2 science. I need to grab more pipes as well. But I think we're going to get there. Wait, what am I even doing? I don't have heat exchangers, and I'm literally making one in the auto mall already, so let's grab two. The DPO is actually not the slow part. It's the it's the subcritical water and the liquid manure that are tricky. The DPO is by itself is already making it 10 times faster than we need it, I think. So. Uh-oh. Oh, they need a weird tank? Boo. Okay, well that's gonna take a minute. Yes, the chain is definitely slow. That is a true fact. Okay, so then... let's go ahead and preemptively do the work then of picking up all the research labs while we're waiting for stuff to finish. Oh yeah, finished Polar Bear. We built a smart mall around 100 hours ago. I don't remember when we finished it, but the auto mall has been incredibly useful. There were some issues with it. The main weirdness is that we're using logistic channel network, which means, or logistic network channels, which introduced a lot of weirdnesses with the automall. Like if we had used, you know, just a normal bot network, it would have been a lot simpler. But it all seems to be working properly. We can request a wish list from our inventory. We can paste from the Helmod, Smart Pipette, you know, paste it right onto here, and it'll make the whole wish list for us. So it's been really, really, really useful. I'm very thankful for it. It was definitely worth the work. Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll have to probably manually carry all this science as well, but we'll cut those off. I don't want my base bots to deconstruct these. That's the annoying part. I really wish there was a way to issue a command that only your own personal bots could do. Like, I want my bots to pick up all these buildings. I want my bots to pick up all the science packs. I don't want it to go to random storage around the base, because I don't have random storage of science handled around the base. Wait, you made it to logistic science and still don't have a mall? I mean, to be fair, my mall before logistic science just looked like this, so I don't know what you mean by proper mall, but... Alright, our inventory is almost full. I figured it would be. You know what I will do is I will leave a few, I'll leave like one research lab enshrined over here to remember that this is what we did. I also have no idea if I just broke my power connection, so I need to check on that. Just to make sure. Okay, and I'll put one. Oh, wait, how did what? Oh yeah, I think I had one short because of like a corner not fitting. Yeah, we'll enshrine this guy. And then he can go to rest with a stack of automation, a stack of logistic, and a stack of Pi1. And we'll leave, you know, it's like the empty glass. Like we'll leave the empty chest as a reminder that we never had Pi2 science here. Perfect. Okay, so that leaves us with 38 labs. I guess I want a few more. Probably, what would it be? 40, 44, 48, so 10 more. Yeah, I mean, Gildarth, that counts as a mall. It's a little bit of a small mall, but it works. Is there anything else you guys can think of that we like have to do before we start recording the next episode? Where we will get Pi2 science or die trying? Alright, so then remove the excess from the auto mall. Turn that off. Grab the items. Remove the items, turn it back on. Oh, we wanted to finish the extra subcritical water for the depolymerized organics first. So let's go do that. Man, my poor little base. How's power looking? What? Oh, okay. Power's been a little better, actually. I think there were a few things that we requested that made spikes, but they're back to being backed up again. Okay, so we need another one here. This is not the problem, right? Yeah, oh yeah, not anywhere near the problem. Okay, so that's fine. We will need more of this stuff. And then there we go. Okay, so that gets us a bit more subcritical water. That should help with the speed of DPO. Which is now built up to 3.1 thousand. And of course, I always have the option to just what am I trying to say? I can just reduce the threshold of request for a minute. Yeah, one composter was enough, we checked. It's 10 a second. Besides, that's a temporary solution anyway. We are going to... It's on our Pi2 problems to fix. Which is going to be the next 10 to 20 episodes, I feel like, after we finish this. So much going on. But the DPO should show up now. Now, have I not actually finished plasmids yet? Okay, wait, still no laboratory instruments? Now what's wrong? Oh, it's not on channel 1. Ha! Dumb. Dummy dumb. And we also need more logistics bots, it seems. $40 is not gonna be enough. I wonder how many we're gonna need total. Okay, but there's 33 more. I actually don't want to measure the ones in the total net. I do want to actually just measure how many are in the chest. What's up, Derpamoo? Howdy, howdy. Alright, and then channel 1, this guy, you get 35 more bots. You're welcome. Okay, 75. Seems like that might be enough for now, but there are so many things that aren't running right now. I'm actually a bit scared we're gonna need like 200 or something. Definitely gonna need a lot, but there's a lot of things that back up too, like the retrovirus is gonna try to back up. DNA polymerase is used in a few other things, so we want that to back up a little bit. I also just realized I put these buildings right next to each other, so it's annoying. Easiest way to fix that would be probably scooching it this way, scooch that, extendo, extendo. Add that in, scooch that, and do this. And then we need to do the same business where we have one collecting polymerase, one collecting good samples. I'm gonna do one stack of each of those because those seem pricey. And then that one feeds that one, and there we go. Okay. For now, I might even turn those off just to... Yeah, okay, and then primers, okay. Are we close to diagonal inserter? I think it's in Pi 2. Yeah, diagonal inserters will be possible in Pi 2. I don't tend to use them very often. They're kind of a last resort. In fact, there is a part of me that wants to not research that because it actually gets annoying to rotate the inserter pickup spot. Because when you're only on 90 degrees, you only have so many clicks you need to do to rotate it properly. But then once you have the 45-degree angles, now you have to click a bunch more times to get the angle you want, which can be annoying. So there's actually a reason to not research it, especially given I plan to not use it very often. Okay, so primers are used where? They're used in these Atom 42 gene samples, good alien samples, and that's pretty much it. So I will just have them on a very short belt, which allows it to back up slightly. And we can control... How do we want to control this? I think what we'll do is we'll measure this belt and this belt. All right, I need to take a break. We'll do that on stream, or on video. We're already on stream. I'll be back. I gotta use the restroom, get some more cold things to drink because it's a hot day. You guys go stretch your legs, take care of your bodies, and we'll be back in a minute. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. Took a minute. Okay, so we are doing things and stuff and business. Hello everyone, Krydax here, and welcome back to pYanodon's Season 3, the special stream episode where we are going to get Pi2 Science. I am very excited about it. Yes, remember to filter the outsider. So, what I think we're gonna do... I've done a couple things since the last episode, but only a couple minutes worth. I'm wanting to collect some plasmids here. I'm gonna collect primers on this belt, and I'm gonna measure both primers and plasmids. So we're reading that belt, and we're reading this belt. And if they're both backed up, and I'm just gonna pass through this building and into all these, and I think what we want is for these buildings to not run if those are both backed up. The problem is we need a decider combinator for that. So we need to do something like this. If plasmid and primer, this and this equal 4, then we want the stop command, which is going to be a red signal. And this is enabled if red is 0. Oop. Misclick. Red equals 0. Okay. So the other thing I did between episodes is get a little bit more subcritical water for our depolymerized organics way down here. So hopefully that'll go a little bit faster while we're recording this episode. We can always lower the threshold of the train delivery because it's up to 3,500 now. So we're getting really close on that. And so these will stop running once we have enough primers and once we have enough plasmids. And the plasmids are being fed to everything that needs it, including cytostatics, which is now done, which can be fed to Perogen, which will almost be done once we get the subcritical water for that, which we can do right here. And we're gonna make that with, you know, we already have hot air here. Is it really that crazy to just do this one? Now that I think about it, rather than bring over a bunch of biomass. Then again, we're gonna be getting all sorts of jerky spoilage from our animal samples. We've already got jerky going on. Didn't we do a request for jerky? We did. Doesn't seem to be working. Oh, because that's on the wrong channel. Anyway, the decision needs to be made. I think for now I'll do the biomass one just because it's here. And we need a pressure pump. And then we hook up the water. And then the subcritical goes here. Okay, and then biomass, we are importing. I could belt it down. I think I will belt it down. It's right here. It's right here. It feels like this one uses a decent amount. Or did it? Or is it only the... I can't remember anymore. It uses like half a second, I think. Half per second. Pi2 took you horribly long. Yeah, I saw someone just post they got to Pi2 and their milestone was at like 600 hours. So it might have been hard mode, I wasn't sure. Hey, first primers at 2 hours and 4 minutes. Beautiful. So we're all working, right? I guess the plasmids are eating it all up. That will slow down once this is saturated. I'll probably tell that to chill for now. Okay, anyway, so I think the next main thing to do is put in the logic for the Perogen, Sarcoris, and animal sample. So what we want... This is so tricky. I think we're gonna end up with some Sarcoris spoiling no matter what. What we want is Peregrine to be based on, do we need Pi2 science, and do we have the other pieces of Pi2 science? Granted, is it that crazy? I think in a world where we need Pi2 science, is it that crazy if we make Peregrine regardless of whether it gets used or not? It's wasteful, but it's only wasteful if our base isn't working properly. If our base is working properly, we have the other things we need for Pi2 science, which means we need the Peregrine. So I think relying Peregrine, not necessarily on having all the other ingredients, but just relying it on needing Pi2 science, I think that's acceptable. It's not even, like, it uses a lot of cotton guts. I guess the artificial blood is kind of annoying. But, yeah, and I think we can do the same thing for Sarcoris. We will just input priority the Sarcoris from Peregrine making first. So we use that Sarcoris up for the logistic science. And then the animal samples, again, we can just make those if we need logistic science. You made your first primers at 303 hours? That's not bad. I feel like I've gone pretty fast, to be honest. I probably should have taken things slower to this point. Forgot to stop and smell the roses. I did pick up all my labs, so we can get these set up somewhere. I think I might set them up over here, actually. Yeah. Let's go like here-ish. Kind of out of the way. And then we've got 4 packs. Do I want to build it prepared for... We probably do. Where will the trains actually be? Okay, we got space. We'll rebuild this someday when we get to Vat Brains or something, but that's a while away. So we'll at least allow for the potential of Kim-Sai. So we'll set the packs up to come in from the bottom, and I guess we'll do, for now we'll just do this, and we do that, 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 and that, and that, and that is everything we need. This is not balanced. There we go. And then another power pole. Okay. So for now, this is good. And then we copy that. Boom. I did already set up the import for automation science. Make the left ones long. I think we did it right. Did I screw that up? It looks okay to me. That finished. Logistic science to Pi2 takes a lot of people the longest, mostly because of rail base transitioning. We'll be doing the base tour in the next episode, but my milestones had us at 79 hours, so it's taken me 125 minimum. And we're still not there. Let's not put the cart before the horse here. So I'm gonna have the output, these each need 5, by the way. Right? Yeah. So and then this guy. So those are just that one, and I will output onto belt over here. What SPM are we aiming for? We are aiming for 18 groupings per minute. So the pYanodon's groupings at this tech stage are 1, 2, 3, 6. So basically 18 SPM in terms of like what will, you know, what this number cares about. But obviously it's way more than 18 of these. It's 36 logistic science a minute. Whatever 18 times 3, 54 pi. And then 108 automation science a minute. So those are the final numbers there. Okay, so pi 1 should be good to go there. Let's bring in the auto sci from this direction. And it can just merge with the pi 2, or pi 1. And then the question is, do I put Sarcoris and animal sample on... This one's tricky. I also need to request chitin over here. Oh, I already am. Yeah, this is tricky. Do I put them on the belt, or do I have 4 separate requester chests? I think I just have 4 separate requester chests. It's not crazy. I don't think that's crazy. Maybe it's a little... Because the belt is just going to buffer so many of them. That just feels like a bad idea. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Especially given how they spoil and stuff. So this is going to be channel 1, 2. The craft time is a full minute and a half. So I think we actually can just do one craft worth. Which makes the battery thing feel weirder, but I guess the batteries and the poor alien sample, so that's fine. So we'll do that on channel 1. And that'll be... I don't know why I put it 2 up from the bottom, but we did, so I'm going to keep doing it. And there we go. Put the power pole on the top. Okay, and we'll need some lights. Channel 1 for you, and you. And then we probably need another RoboPort up here. Maybe we'll do a pair of RoboPorts. Okay, so those should be good to go. Oh, we gotta get the outputs. Oh, the outputs, though, of spoiled stuff. Okay, hold on. We're gonna have to trash unrequested on these. Forgot about this. And then we're gonna have to put... You know what we can do? I didn't think about this. We can put the spoiled stuff back in the chitin and the plasmids, and that will count as unrequested. So we can use that as a provider chest, and then this can filter out the... Aha! I hadn't even thought about it that way for the other one. That works out nicely. Okay, and then that will be Logisci coming up here onto the bottom of this one, and then we'll have our pi here. Let's see, pi 2 science. We still not making flavonoids. We're gonna need a lot of help here. course, that's one tile. Too short. Okay. Flavonoids. Need the yodels and the seaweed. Did I ever request seaweed? I have no memory if I remember to do that or not. But yeah, the rate on these are actually quite high for moss. 2.22. So we're gonna need sideways inserter. This is crazy. We're getting there. Okay, and then for the plastic, put one there, put one there. So we've got moss. God, I made 18 at a time. We also need the glassware. That's right. I did do that intentionally. So now I can feed the glassware from there. That's gonna need Sarcoris and Perogen. Kind of convenient it decays into Sarcoris. And we've got the casein taken care of. We've got the plastic taken care of. So flavonoids it is. We did request seaweed, right? In this one? No? Did I forget to request seaweed? Oh. I said 24 items instead of 24 stacks. That'll do it. That will do it. Gonna struggle a lot to have the proper amount with 24 items. Alright, and then this will have seaweed. And then the flavonoid making needs to be one biofactory with seaweed and yodels. I think we requested yodels, right? Or did I forget that too? Might have forgotten it as well. Yeah. Nope, they're right here. Again with the 11. How am I still making that mistake? Okay. Okay, so here's the seaweed. Do we have another biofactory? I guess we do. And it's actually pretty close to capacity. But that's okay. Let's get it lined up so it just kind of works nicely here. And then the seaweed turns up for what? And then power quester for the yodels. We'll just, I don't know, we'll go with 64, whatever. Okay, so there's seaweed arriving. That works. Yodels should get here momentarily. And then that takes care of that. Zip here, egg, good alien sample, and mechanical parts still not taken care of. Okay, so we're gonna have a variety of requester chest goodies that are going to involve spoilables. Yeah, picker dollies is the way to do it. And who cares if you get addicted to it? It's worth being addicted to. Okay, so what are we actually requesting here? So we're requesting, I think, the good alien samples. Oh, I need to make microfiber still. Good alien samples, mechanical parts, zip here egg, Perogen circle. You know what, I'm just gonna do that. And I'm gonna take the moss out. I'm gonna change it to channel 1. I'm gonna get it all sorts of confused. Take that out, take that out, take that out. And the rest is correct. And then in terms of spoilage, I don't have to worry about the Peregrine spoil result, so I only need to worry about chitin here. So chitin will go back into the chest and it will trash unrequested. And then that's channel 1. And then that's channel 1. And I'm out of inserters. Let me go grab inserters. The inserters can't keep up with the building on my left. You're talking about these? They can. It just looks like they can't. 2.22 a second. Although, what else is on here? Yeah, biomass. Yeah, that's fine. It's just that they're buffering to 800. To these? Oh, you're right. I didn't realize we needed to insert so much substrate. Wait, that's 2 on the same building. Alright, let's go get more inserters. Alright. We're almost there. This is so exciting. And it's funny because, like, nothing happens when we get Pi2 science. It's just the potential of the future, you know, it's expanding. But the actual result, you know, there's a difference between, like, oh, I got my first stack inserter versus, like, I got my first Pi2 science. But it somehow is way more exciting. It's the culmination of lots of effort. Okay, anyway, grab more inserters here. Definitely have some trash to get rid of. What else? Those 2. Oh, we're full. Those 2. Just random stuff. Okay, that's a little better. How did I get 32 filtration media? Who knows? I did want to grab more roboports. Do I still have roboports down here? I do. I'll just pick those up, and I'll pick those up. Okay. Oh, and I wanted to get more AFH pipes. I don't know what my first research is going to be. Well, once we have our first Pi2 science, we will look at what our beautiful options are. I haven't done much looking ahead, to be honest, on the Pi2 tree. Like, we've looked for specific things and found that they are behind Pi2 science, but I haven't, like, looked at the Pi2 tree in the early stages and be like, oh, what are the awesome things that we're gonna get? So. All right. I need to drop this casing in the train station. Stretch! You guys should stretch at home. I mean, I did just take a break a minute ago, but, you know, you should take breaks too. Sitting with that horrible posture. I see you. I see what you're doing. Okay, so the Yadles don't have an inserter. There we go. Flavonoids are now a go. Flavin. Good alien samples still ain't happening because we need the microfiber. Microfiber needed the pulp mill and a ball mill. First flavonoids done. Sweet. Why do I have 2 pulp mills? Surely we didn't need multiple buildings, right? No. Pulp mill, ball mill. Where's the pulp? It bothers me to no end that pie buildings are not sorted with the same... Like, I feel like all the pie buildings should be in a row, no matter what they are. Like, it's so weird that, like, oh, between... Because I know that they're sorted based on this, but it's weird to have intermediates between different buildings from different mods. I don't know, I'm not a fan of that. See you later, Derpamoo. Enjoy. Thanks for stopping by. Seriously, I can't find the pulp mill. There it is. It's between the moss and the circuits, because that makes sense. Alright, and then we needed to put a ball mill there. Now, this does make biomass, funnily enough. Why don't we do something like this? Let's try one. And then... So we'll request the hydroxide, we'll also request the fiber. And then we'll feed the fiber. The biomass will go back in, that'll trash unrequested. Feed the fiber in, feed that in, and then the actual raw fiber goes across. So that should work to get rid of the biomass as well. And then that should get us the microfiber, which then should get us our first good alien samples, which will go into a channel 1 provider chest. It'll limit up to 1 stack or something. Here we go, good alien samples incoming. We need 5 microfiber apiece though. Yeah, I've heard of Pi Simplified. I keep meaning to try it, but there's also a part of me that's like, I don't know. I don't know what I think about it. So we'll have to see. Alright, there's our first good alien sample being produced. Woohoo! 205 hours and 11 minutes. Alright, we are really close now. What are you struggling with? Rubber? I'll allow it to be a fast inserter. Might help a little bit. At least until we get caught up. Okay, so at this point we are now producing good alien samples. Just regular alien sample. Animal samples. Words are hard. Animal samples, and those decay into plasmids. Okay. So then what we want to do I think I'm gonna have to do something like this, where if we do end up with plasmids here, I want them to go into storage so that they're prioritized. And then this guy can be on there, and he'll say animal samples less than like 4 available or something. How did... Oh. We don't want that. Apparently, we need some storage for biomass, because we're not requesting it up there, but we need... So I guess what we need to do then is put a requester for biomass on this. Where's the biomass even going? Why is biomass on this belt? For subcritical water. Is that it? Oh, and the CO2 up here. Yeah, that is requesting biomass. Okay, so I guess for now we'll do a storage for biomass. I don't know. For channel 1. Okay, but animal samples are going. Cytostatics need to get handed over. And then again, we need to have a few built up. On channel 0, but later. Our first paragen is now being made. Holy crap. That's crazy. And Sarcoris will go here. But they're both gonna have to be channel 1 enabled inserters. There's our first paragen. And you're gonna make filter paragen less than 4. How do I do this? So here we need a storage for Sarcoris. Guess. But then we need to move these over and then have one of these. But then that could decay. If it decays, it should get pulled out. We'll have a requester for primers over here, or plasmids over here. I don't know what I'm doing, but I want plasmids. Need to be on channel 1 first. Plasmids. And so that'll bring all the plasmid, but wait a second. Why is there 100 available? There should not be 100 available. Those are supposed to be for not channel 1. Right? I don't even remember what I'm doing here. What am I doing here? No, these are the nut channel. What are these for? Is anything needing plasmids via requester chest in the first place? I guess this one was, but no, I can just feed plasmids right there. So that doesn't need to be requesting plasmids. This one is plasmids. I think everything that needs plasmids is plasmids off belt, right? Yeah. Okay. So then this is the way to do it. So this way we'll use up the plasmids that come from spoiled things first. Got it. And then the paragens will spoil into Sarcoris. Sarcoris will spoil into plasmids, which then will just get picked up from here and brought over there. And then here, the animal samples will spoil into plasmids, which then... Oh. So why is this not working right? That's on the wrong channel. There we go. Now it sees them. Anyway, so we can do that, and then those will be plasmids to pick up. Perfect. And then these will already be plasmids to pick up if it spoils in the output. And then what if things spoil in the output here? If Sarcoris spoils in the output, we're fine. If the Sarcoris... Or if the paragen spoils in the output, we're fine. If the Sarcoris spoils in the output, we're not fine. This needs to be plasmids as well. And that'll put into there. Okay. And then subcritical water is being produced slowly. All right. I think that just about does it. Right? Do we not? I'm so confused. We have Sarcoris. Why is that not being delivered? Ah, that one's not on channel 1. There we go. So that Sarcoris is ready. And that's it. Our first pie packs they've started. Holy crap, I wasn't ready for that. Things are going, things are happening. Holy cow. This doesn't even have the depolymerized organics yet, which is funny. But we are going. Okay, so then what we need is to actually output onto a belt somewhere. Why don't I do that? Now we want to filter by 2 packs because of spoilage stuff. That and that. Okay, so those will put the Pi 2 onto the belt. Come over here. What am I doing? No. I think we can just go across because they'll be on the right side and those will be on the bottom. Yep. How did that happen? What? You guys see this? What is that nonsense? Alright, so I think we're rolling. We still need the logic on slowing these buildings down. For sure. But and where's our DPO at? DPO's at 4.6K. So let's trigger a delivery of that by changing this real quick to 3,000. And then that should trigger the in transit for DPO, and then we can change it back to 6. Okay, so that, because we're gonna need more Sarcoris for logistics science. Sarcoris spoils into chitin, not plasmids. Good point. Thank you. I don't know why my brain was thinking that. Does that change what I do over here? No, it doesn't change this one, but does it change this one? This one should be fine, actually, to connect to channel 1. It doesn't need to be filtered. Oh, it does. It needs to be blacklisted on fluorospilinin. Or, well, why don't we just do that? Wow, there it is. 205 hours and 22 minutes. Our first Pi Science 2. Woohoo! Yes! That feels good. Alright, so what we actually want here then is for you to enable if Sarcoris is less than 20, maybe? And then again, we'll have to enable disable these buildings based on some logic. I'll work on that later. For now, I want these to be making logistics science. And I want to point out, this isn't just Pi Science 2. This is a whole new science facility. We've made all 4 sciences at a much higher rate than we were making them before. And that's pretty meaningful. And then that needs to be channel 1. There we go. Okay, so that should bring deliveries to these guys. And now we can bring the science over and down. I may need to add in some science buffers. I forgot about buffers prior to these belts. But this should allow for large amounts of science to happen. this hooked up to something. Get it lit up. Beautiful. And then I actually need, I have 8 more, so we can do this. Because I do want researches to go fast if we've backed up for a while. Also, a lot of people rag on me for not queuing up sciences, but there's a very real reason to not queue up science, which is like, there's already a mental overload in this game, right? And so the more sciences that you research without having built anything from it, the more you're just building up what you don't understand about what your capabilities are at the current tech level. And so waiting to research things until you need them is reasonable. It's a little tricky because of how slow research can be in Pi, but as long as you have buffers, that can help mitigate that. So let's set up the buffers right now. And we already have a lot of buffers for Pi automation science because of the train system, so I'm not going to worry about that as much. But the other ones I would like to buffer. So we'll buffer... buffer here. Do I want a full... I think I do want a full chest. Because we can get belt stacking to 3 now? That's crazy. That's gonna be crazy for stuff like raw coal. So then I can get 45 a second on a yellow belt. That's nuts. Anyway, yeah, I think one full chest for that. I think we'll just do a full chest as well for green science. But maybe we need 2 chests for this? Is that what I'm thinking? I don't know, it's hard to get the... I don't know if I care about the ratios being exactly right, but I might do 2 chests for this. And then we'll just do 1 chest for Pi 2. Oh, but that's gonna screw things up here. Shoot. That'll be fine, they'll get eaten by the... merging chests doesn't work right. You guys, again, with the assumptions. And I've said this before on stream, my merging chest ratio is not 100%. So merging 2 chests is actually less storage. Because I don't want my train stops to have massive amounts of storage for UPS reasons. So I actually have to go pretty big. You know, I have to go at least 4 chests before it's even the size of 1 chest. And that saves me tons of UPS, you know, in the late game, because these would all be 4 times bigger if I didn't do that. And that makes a pretty huge difference. Like, I wouldn't want, you know, my basic train stop, which is this, I wouldn't want this being 400, or well, I guess 300 slots, because that just wastes UPS. And I can make them bigger when we do need more slots. It costs me more steel and a little bit more space, but I think it's worth it in the long run. Anyway, I'm very happy about this. We got Pi 2 science running, and like, they're working. It's all going. And now I can queue up our first Pi 2 science research, which it does kind of feel like a good choice would be the inserter capacity bonus. I'm a little scared to do this because I feel like it'll potentially break my base. But it just helps so much with inserter rates. But there are a few places where I've taken advantage of inserter rates being limited to a certain amount, and this is going to screw that up. But that's a reasonable first choice. It's a long research. What else is here at the beginning of Pi 2? Oh, never mind. I know the first research we're going to do. Worker robot speed. That's an easy A. And then we get stuff like SAP Stage 3, which I haven't even done SAP Stage 2. Wait, no, I did do SAP Stage 2. Also, that doesn't even require anything expensive, so I can get SAP going pretty fast here with Stage 3. What else can we do? We can get Yotoi Aloe, which is to get the Yotoi Aloe fruit. We'll need for all sorts of stuff. Salt and salt accessories. There's finally the way to use slaked lime. That's an interesting one. Boric acid to hydrogen chloride. What's the point of that? I don't actually know. Because can't we make 100 HCl from salt? Maybe it's to skip electrolyzing part of the process. Nitrobenzene is needed for like the Kevlar and aramid, which goes into stainless steel and red circuits and stuff later, but that's not now. We can get night vision equipment. Good thing I don't care about that. We can do Kickout Stage 2. That could be fun. Start getting that going. And then the new recipe for it, which adds in, I think this adds in fertilizer and biomass and maybe ash. I can't remember what all we needed for the previous run, but we could get a lot more kickalc from that. We get this ethanol. Oh, yeah, right. This is the one that allows us to make B-type molasses, which we can use for the wastewater. This could be a new way to make urea. Right. And then finally, we've got belt immunity equipment, which I actually want. And then the transport belt capacity, which this one I think I'm safe to research. I don't think this will screw anything over. The inserter capacity one will. So what I'm thinking of with like the inserter capacity is stuff like down here where I'm actually extracting a certain amount at the rate of the inserter. Like this is going to be a problem because once that's doing 2 at a time, now we're going to be recycling a lot more. I mean, it'll only make the flora fresher, but it is going to waste, you know, flora that we don't need to. Belt capacity might screw up. No, that wouldn't change anything preschool. It would be where a single belt equals 8. Oof, which I feel like I have been doing in a couple places. Oh man. You know, now that I'm thinking on this train of thought, moving forward, we need to mark wherever changing the belt stack size would break things. It's thankfully only mostly going to show up where we're mining stuff, because I haven't used stack inserters barely at all. So, but yeah, there's places like Flora where I'm just counting, you know, the number on the belt being equal to 8. I mean, are we really doing that in many places? Like, we might do it with wood somewhere. It's annoying because we don't know what it's gonna break exactly. Thankfully, inserter hand size won't change much. There's only a couple places where that's gonna mess stuff up, I think. But the belt stacking, I don't know, I don't think it'll screw up too many places. How many places am I really measuring what's on one belt segment for stacked items? I just don't think I'm doing much of that. There's a lot where I'm measuring 4 or 8 being on both lanes, but that's fine because these still aren't stack inserters. So nothing's gonna end up stacked on these belts still. It's only the ones where we've got stuff like miners or things with auto output slots like soil extractors. And I don't think I'm reading like soil belts or raw coal belts very often. So when I really think about all of it put together, I don't think it's gonna be a huge issue. I don't know. I guess we'll find out when we research it, if everything breaks. Loaders do not stack. And yeah, preschool girl, that's what we were just looking at with stuff like soil extractors that auto stack. But what I'm saying is, how many places when I'm using these auto stacking buildings am I actually measuring what's on those belts? Because those tend to be large outputs like limestone or soil or whatever. So I don't think... I mean, there might be 1 or 2 places in the base, and it'll just break, and we'll be sad. But I don't really think we're doing much of that at all. So I think we're pretty safe to queue up the belt speed, or the belt stacking increase, and then we'll queue up the inserter stacking increase. Yeah, exactly, Simon. That is the problem, is the base will break for 10 hours without us noticing it. Okay, so now what we need to do, I mean, there's a million things. Let's deal with this first, the Peregrine logic. So let's connect kind of some long power poles here to these buffer chests. So we're gonna measure all 3 sciences here. Or do we need to measure pi1? No, we don't need to measure pi1. So we just need to measure Logi psi and pi2 psi. And we'll bring that signal back to here. So then Peregrine will run as long as pi2 is less than, what would it be, 4,800? No, 9,600 is the full chest. Is that crazy? That might be crazy. 9,600 if I'm doing how many a minute? 18 a minute? It's like 10 hours. That's not crazy. That's actually a reasonable amount. And then these inserters are limiting the building so that it'll stack up inside here, so it won't go too fast. And then hook that up to here, and this building... This one's weird. This one's weird. We need a decider combinator because we only want Sarkoris to stop if pi2 and logistics science are both equal 9,600. And that'll output a red signal. To here. And that'll enable if red is 0. And then that auto backs up when Sarkoris is less than 20. And that's going into a storage, so they pick up from that first. So I think that all works out properly. Why are we out of cotton buds? Oh, it's just not inserting because the output's blocked. Okay, and then we need to do animal sample also chills out based on, but that one's based on only logistics science. Less than 9,600. So I can just connect that directly. Right? Did we do all that right? Because these are the only ones that use animal samples, so we don't want to be making animal samples if we're not using them. And then what we could do is we could summarize all of the, we could make a new decider combinator that cancels out the requests for some of these. Like when we get to 9,600, we can stop requesting guts and meat, and flora we can only stop requesting if like everything's backed up. But we could set those up to reduce spoilage. But how often is science going to be backed up for the next 100 hours? Not that often. That just means we should be researching something. Okay, plasmids are starting to back up. I was like, that should be happening soon. Alright, I mean, things are happening. I'm gonna open the floodgates for cytostatics to have a stack. What were primers used in again? Okay, not really anything. DNA polymerase gets a stack. Retrovirus already has its 2 stacks. Good alien samples will stack up eventually to 2. Okay. But wait, that's the wrong channel, so I need a second one. Oh, I already have the second one. It's this one. Okay, what's going on here? This is problematic. Why is there so many? They're all just in a circle. Do we really need a mixer here? Well, I actually can't do a mixer. Ha! We can. Analog mixer. Wait, no, but it's gonna go onto the wrong side. I guess everything here's on the inner loop already, so that works out okay. I guess it's not really a mixer, this is more a delayer of a certain... It's a really weird concept. It doesn't accomplish anything. It will at the tail end of the stuff. It's really funny though, like, how did they end up so condensed, I wonder? I don't know, but maybe 100's too many. Reduce that down to 70. Alright, how many bots are we using? 0 out of 75 are available. That's bad. Okay, we need more bots, I guess. Granted, things aren't properly backed up still, so there's part of it that's that. But yeah, we got Pi2 science. And Iron Ghost, don't worry, we'll get your name in game after this YouTube episode. I'm super happy about that. About the Pi2 science, not the name in game. Though I guess I'm happy about that too. Yeah, I'll just grab a full 50. It's an expensive. How's my base power, by the way? Fine for now. I feel like it's gonna get worse here in half an hour or so. Buffered things start to empty out. Okay, is this channel 1? This is channel 1, so you can have some more bots. Well, of course your base was probably making more power in automation science. I mean, you're doing 100x hard mode. You're a complete crazy person. Of course your base is making more power. Well, I think we're rolling here. Was there any other pressing matters we needed to finish before we walk away from this? We got the buildings, the main spoilage problems limited. These aren't spoiling, are they? I guess I didn't think about timing this 45 seconds. Like, are we getting to the final building here? Are we gonna need red belts already? Okay, I think they do make it to the primers building. Yeah. But it's pretty close. You know, we know it's 1 belt every 2 seconds, right? Or is it two belts every second? So if the distance is 25, 35, 50, yeah, that takes about 25 seconds. So, oh man, but we did it. Okay, I think we're good. Good. Yeah, backing up the cytostatics and stuff is gonna take a little while. I'm okay with it taking a little while. We've got so many other things we have to do. But wow, it's working. It's actually working. Oh yeah, Simon. I mean, I played plenty with the microorganism mines before the change. The change has been very nice. Wait, this building is not outputting. There we go. And I also realized, okay, are we filtering? And we're filtering these. Now, is the only spoilable thing? No, we could get Sarcoris out too. Okay. You're using the mod that hides researches. I think that is a fun thing for certain mod packs. I don't think it's a good idea for pYanodon's. Are you doing pYanodon's with that? I mean, hey, everyone's free to make their own choices, but that feels very odd to me. Because pYanodon's has so much stuff where, like, you kind of need to know what's in the future of the tech tree. I mean, obviously, there's just you can just play the way where you're like, yeah, when I'm just in a tech tier, I just start researching all of that tech tier. But that's pretty directionless, and there's a lot of things in Pi where that's gonna have pretty big consequences. Because there's so many things where, like, knowing the research that's 2 or 3 techs deep that gives you a really big unlock for the thing that you're trying to improve is like, oh, I can go research that and then I'll improve my power build with geothermal power. But when you don't even know where geothermal is, you're just randomly researching techs until you happen to get it. So I think it just makes your gameplay like a lot more uninformed to not be able to look at the tech tree. And for something like pYanodon's, it's not a linear discovery path, and that's why I think it's... For mods where the research is cheaper and not as big of a deal, or mods that are a bit more linear, I think that mod is a bit more fun to hide the research tree, but it certainly doesn't feel like it fits pYanodon's. And that's just my opinion. Like I said, everyone's free to feel however they want. But yeah, we're gonna go shut down the old science production real quick, and then we'll probably call it an episode after that. And we have lots of things to fix and change in coming episodes. I mean, we need to rebuild Vraux entirely. We have, I feel like, quite a few things. Like, I'm not even sure if we're not making enough AUGs. I think we need to rebuild Vraux and AUGs. Which makes me curious then when we get the next... Yeah, see, like, I might push for Vraux stage 3. Work towards Yotoi Grod. Good quality Vraux food. Huh. I don't know. I don't know if that's worth it or not. But we could think about it. What about AUG stage 2? Yeah, see, like, we might work towards AUG stage 2 for the rework. I don't know if it's gonna be worth it or not. We need quality AUG food for that. So many things that are just really hard to guesstimate the price of, I feel like. Okay, so we want to shut down... Now, someone was asking about the DPO, because this is the DPO that's currently supplying our actual build. But what I can do is I can shut down all of these buildings. Which means I can shut down this requester from requesting anything spoilable. And bone meal, right? Yeah, the bone meal is just for the bio samples. I mean, most of these requests can be turned off. Okay, so those are all the spoilable ones turned off. It doesn't hide all future research, just certain ones. That's Odd. What is it? How does it know what to hide then? Did someone curate a specific list? Last time I knew, Discovery Tree just hid everything past the next research that you can see. At least that was the default version of it. Okay, so then what I probably want to do... Is there any reason I can't just let this go now? I guess we want the Sarcoris to never get made again. So, let's delete that inserter. And then that's got us still making depolymerized organics. The wood is coming from over here, so we do need to keep requesting wood. You can use the important text, the one with the checkbox in the tech tree. Wait, there are ones with checkboxes? I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. In the top right? There are ones with checkboxes in the top right? Am I about to learn something I've never... Show only essential technologies. But who curates that list? Is that curated by the devs? Is that curated by the game doing some... Okay, interesting. That's really interesting. I don't know. I'm very much for more information, not less, so I don't think I would want to do that. But that is interesting. Okay, so let's grab all of the pyscience out of here. Okay, it looks like we've got it all. And then we'll shut down the Pi1 science production over here by removing these inserters. Yeah, I mean, I could see it being a thing you might be interested in using, but I'm just like really struggling to see why I personally would ever have a reason to. Like I guess if you... But it feels like a noob trap. Yeah, it feels like a noob trap is the right way for me to say it, because it's like it could make people think, oh, like I don't want to get overwhelmed, so I'll hit this button, but then they're actually getting less information, and so I think it's a noob trap in that sense, because it's like people think it might actually help them, and I think in more cases it's going to harm them than help them. And therefore, it's a questionable feature in my mind to exist in the first place. Because it's like, I think most players, as much as it is kind of overwhelming to play pYanodon's, I think having the more information is better than the less information, in most cases. Alright. Let's get that science there, and then I guess I can get rid of this stuff in this chest over here. But yeah, we got Pi2 science running. This is crazy. Now it's not running at the moment because we're not running good in samples, because we looked at the rates on this and it was fast enough. I don't know what's going on here. Do I need to add more? Need speed modules. Oh, you need 10 at once. I see the problem. That's the problem. It's not the rate, it's the... Yeah. I've got 2 more, so I think we can manage this if we just add 2 more. I'll do that in the next one. For those of you from future YouTube, as always, thanks for watching. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments below, and I'll see you in the next one. All right. So, let's get naming game for Iron Ghost here. Let's do... be in our trashing facility. Limestone tile. All right. Ron. I forget if I took the corners off these or not. I feel like I took the corner off one of them previously. Pretty sure we have an Iron Ghost somewhere in here already, actually. I'm never gonna find it though. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Maybe it was just the top left corner I took out. I don't remember. Oof, barely fit. Can you just get strudel? Indeed you can. Let's put that over in... You can be over by the crap. Maybe right here? Or... I'm trying to think of where it won't get in the way of potential future build stuff. I think it'll be okay here. Be a little longer. Thanks for the crappy placement. How is that crappy? You're right next to one of the most important blocks of the thing. How is that crappy? It is a highly respected position. Oh, I get it. I missed the own joke. All right, strudel. The crappy placement. Yes, that is indeed funny. Ha ha ha. I forgot how to do sarcasm. Perfect. All right, so that's that, and now we are going to. What else was I gonna do? Oh, fix this. Yeah. So. Channel 1. Okay, I do think we had a few too many bots, so I'll take a few out, but... So what we're gonna have to do here is extend this a bit. Read that belt. Pi 2 progress, we got it. We are rolling. There's still a lot of improvements needing to be made, but we are officially making Pi 2 science. See, and I feel like I do need a mixer. That's the problem, because if there's ever a moment where these buildings run out, that could be really bad too. So I think I will actually add in a little mixer here. The problem is we're then gonna have to read... No, I guess I can just do this. Okay, that works fine. Okay. So now we've got 10 per cycle And that should help the primers. Plasmids are still gonna get in the way, of course. You know what, now that I think about it, and then is this too far? So it goes 30, 42, 58. That should be okay to get grabbed there at the end. But yeah, this spoilage timer is really annoying. It feels like they could have gotten the same gameplay feel with like a minute or a minute and a half. You know, like it still is a really fast spoil timer. Making it 45 seconds is downright, you know, like difficult to even build the right stuff to get it done. I could just use bots. Bots are gonna be faster to like just fly things over real quick. Should be reduced to 25 as it was in the first place. No thanks. That was even more ridiculous. Because yeah, I mean at that point you have to literally like build the whole build around the building so that everything's like only a couple blocks away, and you have to make sure there's enough that it all happens within one cycle, because you can't have 2 cycles of petri dishes, because that's, you know, already spoiling the first one. It's ridiculous. I do think it was quite absurd previously, so it's a little better now. Yeah, it averages out, but when the ones that are getting here are already pretty close to spoiling, it doesn't quite help that much, you know, because when you've already got 6 in there, realistically, I should move the primers building. I just am like not sure if I actually want to do that because that's pretty painful. But yeah, we're just not getting any primers this way. Ugh, red belts would help a lot. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not that bad to switch. We're just gonna have to do a couple changes here. So, first change is this goes to there. This goes over to here. Does that. Second change is this gets copied to that, and this gets copied to that. Next change is Zogna. Then skips over there. Phytoplankton gets fed in here. Okay. Is that all we need to change? Might be. Looks good to me. I could output some of these above, that's true. The only benefit there, I mean, I guess it slightly raises the average spoil time when you're accumulating multiples, but it doesn't really... The issue is that these ones back here are taking so long to get there. I think what I just did will actually help a lot, because that's a full like 5 seconds or whatever adding on to the timer. And so, and we're getting access first, right? And so like, because we're getting access first, then if we're also making plasmids, it's not gonna ruin the primers. So, Just rush speed modules. Yeah, oh my goodness. Okay, what happened to the route cocoons here? Are we just out? We're just straight out of route cocoons. Okay, we do have almost 800 built up, so that's feeling okay. Yeah, I mean, I think we can leave this alone for now. And then what we're gonna do is now we're gonna move on to the base tour part of the episode, or the stream, and then we'll probably be done with the stream after that, because I actually wasn't planning on it taking 4 hours. I thought it would only take us like 2 hours to get to Pi2 science. It's so crazy. Estimating it is so hard. I mean, I really thought we were like 1 episode away, and it took us 3. That's crazy. Oh, I never got like a good screenshot of Pi2 science. Also makes it look more complex than it needs to be. Have you seen all of the ingredients you need for Pi Science 2 and the other sciences all combined? Because I'm not just doing Pi2 science here. I'm doing all 3. Automation science has its own little section because of the absurd flora count. But I don't think it would look that much less complex without spaghetti. It would look more, there would be a lot more. I could also just do it all with bots, and then there'd be no spaghetti, which would be boring. What are we doing? I guess we're doing the base tour now. Is my base tour going to be a separate episode on YouTube? Yes. Yes, it is. Oh man, I'm getting warm. It's so hot in here. Man, the base has really grown since the last base tour. We were just getting rails put in, I feel like, when we did the last base tour. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. Okay, yeah, rebuilding. Let's get a couple other things noted here. Rebuild Braux, rebuild Augs. Those are kind of all next. I'll take improve moss off because that was for something else. And rebuild Augs includes improve manure and work on science block. Okay. And bioreactors for guts to HCl, we did that. So that's good. All right. Hello everyone, Krydax here, and welcome to a special episode, a base tour. It has been a long time, 100 hours roughly, we're a little over 200 now, since we did the last base tour, and I wanted to kind of show you guys what 200 hours in pYanodon's might look like. Everyone's base is very different, but this is mine, and I love it. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to work through the milestones that we've completed since the last one, and you can kind of set it to, or I don't remember where the sort button is to show only completed ones. Where did I do that? It might be in the actual mod settings, or maybe there's a button somewhere. But anyway, so we can look through all the ones that have happened since 100 hours. I believe we completed Niobium as kind of one of the final things that we did, or the thing that we did in the last 100-hour stream. And so now in the 200-hour stream, we'll look through all the things we've done since then. The train base has really picked up. I mean, look at the size of this thing. It goes all the way up to here, all the way out to there for this flora patch, which we needed in large quantities for our automation science. And we just finished setting up Pi2 science, which is a huge milestone in pYanodon's. It has all kinds of ingredients, many of which are quite expensive and complex. And we've got our new science facility over here, which actually has all 4 packs, which is really exciting. So our first research that we're doing is worker robot speed. But on to the milestones. The next thing we got was nichrome and logistics bots. So we did that back at the main base. Nichrome is actually not complex. It's just chromium and nickel and some nitrogen. And we needed that for the logistics bots, which we were making right here. But we made the auto mall since then. So why don't I introduce you to the auto mall? Now's a good time. The auto mall is a work of art and also a work of spaghetti and circuit nonsense that just happens to work. Basically, what this thing does is you can put in requests via, you know, circuit signals. So this is kind of my request for things I just want to have on hand. And I've kind of categorized things a little bit here. But then you can also, this is like 3 sections for individual wish lists. So what I can do is Helmod has the ability now to just click on this button and you can get what is essentially like a wish list already done, and I can just paste that over one of these and now it will move all of those buildings into the buffer chest, and then I can just come over and pick stuff up from the buffer chest and move on with my life. There's also this thing which will sometimes more gets delivered to the chest than you wanted, so this I can turn that on real quick and then turn it back off, and it will remove the excess items so that I'll get exactly the count of buildings that I wanted for my wish list. So I also have this one set on temp crafting A, which is in my logistics, so I can start making my wish list from my own inventory. So that's pretty cool. And yeah, what the auto mall does here is it essentially passes the signal of what's wanting to be built through each block of buildings. And it's so funny, you need 2 assemblers. One of them has to read the recipe, the ingredients for the recipe, and the other one's actually reading the contents that are inside of it. And this is so that it only makes 1 building at a time, and it doesn't request more items than it needs. So it's not having to constantly request like a building's worth of ingredients, but then it starts filling up, so then it requests more ingredients, but then it finishes making the building, so it switches to another recipe and dumps all the extra things out, and then the bots need to do more work. That's not happening. It's only requesting 1 building's worth of stuff, and then it makes that building, and then it picks a new building from the list. And what we're also doing is we're randomizing and we're sorting differently on the buildings list. So what's happening is we've got some buildings that are making the first building in the list of what we want to make. There's some buildings that are making the last building, and there's some that are making random ones. And so it's kind of fun because that way we ran into some issues when it was only ever making the building on the front of the list, because sometimes we needed the buildings later down the list. Like if we needed 30 of building A, 10 of building B, but maybe building B is an input, that wasn't working properly. And so by having some start at the bottom, some start at the top, and some do random, we haven't had any issues with the whole thing freezing up since then. It has a reset button over, uh-oh, I lost my reset button, right here. I just turn this on for a moment and turn it off, and it just dumps, it resets all the buildings, dumps all the stuff back into provider chests. Other than that, this complexity down here is mostly just because I'm using logistics network channels. So these buildings are available for the base-wide bot network, like literally the entire, where's the button? The entire base has 1 bot network for construction, and those buildings are available to be built. However, we don't want the buildings that are used as ingredients to be in that channel, because this area has its own channel. It's on channel 1. So all of the ingredients for buildings are not being brought from all across the entire base, because that would take forever. Instead, they're all sourced locally, right here, you know, local small businesses. And that way, you know, the bots have a much shorter trip to make. But the problem with that is now when you need one of these buildings for an input of another building, it's in the wrong network. And so we had to then make some fancy circuit logic to when a building is asking for ingredients that need to be taken out, then they get put into these. And sometimes we've gotten some leftovers for things. I don't know exactly how to fix that, but more or less, there's not a lot of leftovers and off by however many issues. So I've been pretty happy with it. Excuse me, getting a little bit of a dry throat. This has been a long stream. And then down here is just all your classic auto mall or bot mall items. These are not circuit controlled. It's just like, I want to make so many of this item, so many of that item. So for things that you need in large quantities, this is your go-to. And then the auto mall is for all the weird buildings like, oh, random biofactories or crackers or gasifiers, or, you know, all that sort of thing. And so we don't need a separate building for everything. So if you are interested in my blueprint, just feel free to ask on my Discord. And back to the milestones. So after logistics bots, we were able to, oh, I was like, wait, we already had logistics science. We got 10,000 logistics science. Then we started working on better iron and copper. So we got molten iron and copper going. I think you guys have seen our metals facility before, but it's been reworked a bit. The iron section is doing the slimed iron now, which goes into molten iron, which then you can cast directly into the iron plates with some borax and castings and hot air, of course. And then a little bit later, I think we did molten steel, which just is a lot more effective. And that uses kind of the same molten iron plus coke plus oxygen to make molten steel. What's up, Crackalakin? Howdy, howdy. We did get Pi 2 science. It was very exciting. And then, yeah, this is our copper build. Copper's a pretty big one. Took up pretty much the whole space. But it's making a bunch of copper plates, and yeah, there's not too much to say about it. You know, you just process all the things and all the steps. One of the things I really like about pYanodon's is that you don't have the same thing for every ore. Every ore is different. You know, we look at tin, we look at copper, we look at iron. They're all different. They all have different requirements. They're similar. A lot of them use screeners and crushers and washers and ball mills. But like the order you do things in is different, and the outputs of each thing is different. So there's really no copy pasting between the different metals, which I find exciting. And then what was next? We got red hot coke. I think we actually made red hot coke first for hot air, if I'm remembering correctly. So we made our hot air factory down here, which inputs a bunch of coal, regular coal. That gets turned into red hot coke, which makes the coke oven gas. And then we can reheat the coke oven gas with hot molten salt. And we make the hot molten salt just with whatever fuel we've got from the red hot coke and the coal. And then that gets us 95% of the coke oven gas that gets used to heat the bricks gets to be recycled. So we don't have to make that much coke oven gas in the first place. And then the bricks kind of just cycle around. First you warm them up with the hottest air. Or no, sorry. First you warm them up with mid-tier air, but then you warm up the warm ones with the hottest tier air. So it's kind of a reverse, like the hottest coke oven gas is going this way, and the beginning bricks are going this way. It's kind of like the sour gas boiler in Oxygen Not Included, if you know what I'm talking about. And we've got our hot air stored up here ready to go onto trains. Train network's grown a lot. I mean, if we look at the LTN inventory, like, look at this. We've got a lot of things in our inventory here. On network ID 1, we can see the actual requests that we've got going on. We might need to look into some of these. We could actually have some deficits. Some of them are not problems, but some of these are problems. And a lot of them are in transit, right? So, like, it's requested and in transit. It doesn't remove it from there until it arrives. So, but like acid gas, I guess we're running out of sulfuric acid, things like that. But we've got a lot of trains going on now. Yeah, what's next on the, oh yeah, oh man. The last 100 hours has been great. So there you can see we did stone bricks, which was the hot air. We made Kickalk and Fawoji and Ulrichs, and then we'll get to Arcads in a minute. But Kickalk is not too crazy of a build. It's pretty standard stuff that goes into your basic flowers. I guess they have lamps. That's the weird one for Kickalk. You do need clay, but clay is just sand or no, it's just steam from a clay pit. And then the sand is just, you wash some soil to get the bigger bits out and you get sand. Kickalk seeds just recycle from their own thing. This is a big sushi belt. It's a very large sushi belt. It goes all the way around this whole build. And they're all stopped right now because we have enough Kickalk in our output here. But yeah, and then the lamps come in. So everything's delivered via train now. And we've got some really big craziness. I don't remember when we set up the super trasher. Did we talk about the crap in the last... I don't remember if the crap existed yet in the last milestone. Or... base tour video. So the crap is my centralized repository for animal processing, and it's grown a lot since the last one, even if we did have it. But it essentially has the brains to figure out, do we have enough of item A or B or C? And then for each different type of animal that we can process, we have a different threshold on when we want to process that animal. So there's only one way to make formic acid, which is Vraux. So if we have less than 95% of the formic acid that we want, which is, and these are percentages, so it's really 15,000 or 150,000, then the Vraux rendering will kick on. And so that's, it's a cool system because it only renders things that it needs to. And then that way we know, like, we can render Vraux for meat, but we would only ever render Vraux for meat if we were under 40% of our meat goal. And instead we've got AUGs that will get rendered for meat if we need anything above 95%. So it's a pretty cool system. It's had some issues, and we might need to add more slaughterhouses. Eventually we'll have beacons and modules which will help speed this situation up, because part of the problem is just we want it to respond quickly, like when we get low on something because a train picked up 2,000 of it, we want it to render all the animals it needs to get that 2,000 meat pretty quick. Otherwise we can get into some trouble. And here are the fluids. We've got formic acid, blood, fish oil, archaid venom, and arthropod blood as well, coming from the crap. So that, I was pretty proud of this system. This thing right here is just checking to see if we don't have enough Vraux in total in the buildings. It'll say, hey, don't actually try to render Vraux right now. So that guarantees that these buildings are only going to try to render things that we actually have available to render. So there's that. And then up here, we're turning excess brains into lard and excess guts into hydrogen chloride whenever we get extra of those. Which, oh, sorry, I guess we only turn guts into hydrogen chloride if we, if this isn't full. And this is a high priority provider for hydrogen chloride. So that's how that works. What was next? I think Arcads was next. I guess we did Fawoji and Ulrichs as well. Let's take a look at those. Those are basic builds, you know, nothing too crazy. Fawoji is down here. This is a super simple one. It literally just needs spores. So that's just getting loaded onto trains. And then Ulrichs are over here. Ulrichs are pretty simple too. They just need Ulrich food and Ralasia seeds and Ulrich cubs, and the cubs just need Ulrich food and Fawoji. So that's that. Why are my water barrels? We might actually have a problem here. We do not have a problem, it's just that Ulrichs are backed up. As soon as the Ulrichs flow, the water barrels will start flowing and we'll have enough for that. So we are fine, even though it looks not fine. And then Arcads. Arcads are monstrosities. They are monstrosities in terms of their looks, because they are giant, scary wasps. And they are monstrosities in terms of the complexity of the build. Getting your mind around the Arcad chain is pretty difficult, and it's very gamble-centric. You have to gamble to get your first Arcad queen, because the queens are the ones that lay eggs, but you cannot make a queen directly. At least not without a special turd recipe, which you can only get until later anyway. So to make an Arcad queen, you have to basically grow up a nest into a chance, a 1% chance at an Arcad queen. And you can only make nests with maggots, and you can only make maggots with Arcad eggs. And so how do you get the first eggs? You know, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, in this case, neither. You actually have to make the first eggs with the cDNA recipe, which I'm going to find somewhere here, this one, where you're actually, you know, so you're using the cDNA recipe for just a chance at getting an Arcad queen. So unlike the other ones where you only have to make a few, you have to make a lot of these to get Arcads going. And I mean, the brief overview is that you feed arcads, which not many of them are running right now. In fact, none of them are running. I guess these are running. You feed the arcads some ulrics, and that creates arcad honey, which they put in the honeycomb. And then you have to centrifuge that honey out of the honeycomb. And then you use that, well, you use the barreled honey for something else, but you actually use the honeycombs and caged vrauks to make the maggots. And the maggots actually, you know, grow, they eat the caged vrauks. And then you put the maggots into a vrauk to make an arcad nest. So these are like parasitoid wasps. You know, they're laying the maggots are growing up inside an arcad. And then you need vrauk food for that. Oh, that's where all the vrauk food is going. We're actually out of vrauk food right now. I need to put that on my list. Vrauk food. And then finally, once you have the arcad nests, those can grow up into new queens, or you can send them over to the regular arcad facilities to grow up into regular arcads. It's a lot of work. There's a lot of inputs. There's a lot of loops. There's a lot of things that come from two sources, but you need to regulate which one's coming from which source first. It's all complex, but thankfully we eventually got enough queens. And so this is all running smoothly for the most part since we set it up. And then, yeah, here's my sap, in case you care. I guess we forgot to put sap modules in these. Or sap tree modules. I don't know when or why that happened. That's probably been the case for like 50 hours, because that's, I don't remember how long it's been. Anyway, those are arcads. Then we had Tufra and Vrauk Mark II is next. These three were all arcads, by the way. Tufra and Vrauk Mark II. Tufra is needed for py2 science, but not in huge quantities. We need some for Corlex, which is like the cows. And then we also needed Tufra for something else. What was it for? Here, I'm not going to remember. Maybe it was just the Corlex. We could also use it to make A-type molasses to make sugar, which I thought we needed for arcad reproduction, but we didn't. That's a whole Mandela effect that happened to me where I thought we needed something that we couldn't get until a later tech tier, but we actually could get it. I was convinced it was in blue science and it wasn't. Anyway, so that's Tufra, and then the other thing was Vrauk Mark II. Ugh, we were not lucky. It took us, I think we were in the bottom 5% or lower for Vrauk Mark II rolls. It took so many rolls to get our first one, but once you get your first one, they reproduce pretty quick. And now we have plenty of extra Vrauk Mark IIs for when we want to add more facilities, which is actually on my list to do right now. I'm uncertain. I might go away from the... Right now we're using the Vrauk food recipe, but I might go away from that and go back to this and just have more Vrauk paddocks. Because the only real cost to this is moss. We can put it near a flora patch, so we get tons of flora. And I'm starting to wonder if Vrauk food isn't quite worth it, because it's kind of expensive. Anyway. What else to tour? What else? Whoa. Where's my list? So we got sugar, which was needed from the Tufra to make wax, but I didn't realize we could make wax from arcad honey, which you can. Fertilizer at 167 hours. We needed fertilizer for sap tree Mark II. I think I set that up over here. Kind of a little loop here where the sap trees go into that, and then we get sap seeds. We did need bone for bone meal over here, but I was able to get almost 200 sap tree Mark IIs for that. So there's that. The milestone, I just have it sorted right now. It's the same setup as normal. It's using the full pi, or full pi mods with a space, which I believe is the official one. And then, yeah, so molten steel was next. We already looked at that. Sulfuric acid and cobalt fluoride. This was when I was starting to realize, like, we're not that far from py2 science. So that was all built up here. Here's the cobalt fluoride. We needed a lot of various ingredients. We needed our rare earth ore. I guess rare earth oxides weren't on this list, were they? Huh. That feels like a weird one to leave out, but we did make rare earth oxides at 1.2, which is a whole ore processing chain that needs ammonia, and it needs sulfuric acid, and it needed, I think, one other thing. Maybe that was it. But then you get your rare earth oxides, and we're mining the rare earth ore somewhere. There's all sorts of stuff going on here. So anyway, that got us to our cobalt oxide, and Decalin is part of the same chain because you want Flutec PP6, and Flutec PP6 is used to make artificial blood, and we need artificial blood for Pi2 science and other things with Pi2 related stuff. So yeah, that's all kinds of messy stuff. Cyanic acid comes from coal and methane and ammonia. This nonsense, by the way, is it's a version of a super trasher, which I think I haven't talked about yet. I might have, but basically each of these fluids is available to the main network, the main train network, until we get above a certain amount, at which point the rest of it is made, so everything above 50,000 is made available to the other networks. And I should probably make that slightly lower. I just realized that should be like 48,000. Because otherwise it's exactly 25,000, which is exactly one train. You don't want things to be quite that close. Anyway, the trash network will then pick up the rest when it gets totally full. Now, I won't ever have a trash network request for artificial blood, so you don't have to worry about artificial blood getting trashed. But the tailings, on the other hand, can be. So all 6 of these are hooked into one of these pipe networks, and this is the trash pickup, and this is the regular pickup. You can't have them at the same pickup because it's complex, but you can't have part of what's being supplied to a station available on multiple channels at the same time. So like if I wanted only the tailings to be on channel 2, I can't switch this provider to channel 2 because then now the artificial blood's available on channel 2 as well. So you have to have 2 separate pickups if you want to do something like this. It's confusing. Also, I don't think we talked about a lot of this stuff. This is kind of one of my favorite parts of the factory. This is like all of the oil-based stuff, like condensates get processed here. And so condensates come from raw gas processing, and then they get turned into refined natural gas, BTX, and tailings. And that refined natural gas then gets processed with some gasoline back into condensates and naphtha. So we get tons of naphtha for free. You can see I'm completely filled up on that. Is that bad? Wait a second. I think I'm forgetting. I think we need to void naphtha. We need to void extra naphtha there, because I do want this to fully recycle all of the condensates into the refined natural gas, partially because that gets us more BTX and tailings. And BTX can be used to make things like methane and lots of other, like you can make benzene out of it, you can make xylitol, you can make ethylene. And it's also just a decent fuel at 1 megajoule per unit. And then the tailings can be used over here to turn into some acid gas, and the acid gas can be used to turn into sulfuric acid. So it's kind of this whole like, condensates actually get you some sulfuric acid. It's not very much, but it adds up. And we get a lot of condensates. This is making methanol just straight up from syngas and some plates, and that gets provided to the network. This is where we make lubricant with ash and fish oil. And this is formaldehyde, which is kind of free because that refined natural gas was being recycled anyway. And so we get tons of refined natural gas. It does use hot molten salt, so we have to have some salt or coal power plants as well there, but that gets us free formaldehyde, some extra carbon dioxide, because why not? There's another train fluid super trasher system over here. We got all kinds of nutty stuff going on. Here's our ash processing. Whenever we have too much ash, it gets brought over here. We have 8 loaders unloading from that train stop, or from the wagon, and then these belts are all coming out of the thing. And first we turn it into rich clay to make sure we have enough rich clay for the base. And then if those are filled up, then we can separate the ash into coal dust, iron oxide, and soot. And then the soot gets turned into silver and gold plates. I guess we haven't been seeing a lot of ash deliveries to here recently, though. I'm not sure why. I wonder where our ash has been going. Oh, you know what? There's another thing we never did, which was hook up this ash to the train system after I set up the ash processing. Set, connect ash. A base tour is a good time to work on your to-do list. So that, yeah, we worked on all that. What's next? We did sea sponges. Silver came from the ash processing, which we already talked about. So let's talk about sea sponges and Zipier and Fish Mark II. So sponges aren't too crazy, but we've gotten jammed up on this a few times now, and it looks like I've done it again. How did it happen this time? Question mark, question mark. Yeah, sponges are busted again. I thought we figured it out so that it couldn't ever break down, but check sponges again. Needs to be on my list. Anyway, sponges are very simple in terms of the actual production. It just uses some Zogna bacteria, muddy sludge, the sprouts, and the sprouts come from sponges. You cut a sponge in half, now it's 2 sprouts. You grow those up into sponges. It's a very simple process. Apparently, I've screwed it up like 5 times in a row, though. I don't know how. But thankfully, the sponges don't spoil, but the sprouts do, which is where our issues have come from. I thought we had managed it. Guess not. So that's sponges, and then we set up Fish Mark II over here. That is expandable for more fish in the future. And we took the turd upgrade that allows you to get free fish food from making fish, which is super useful because fish food is not cheap. I mean, look at the price for 3 fish food here. It adds up to be a lot. Especially that lard is annoying, and the bones are kind of pricey. And you know, it's quite a bit of Fuwoji and seaweed and plastic too. I mean, when you look at all these, they do utilize like 0.12 fish food per second if we didn't have the turd. So anyway, we get lots of extra free fish food out of these because now it uses 1 but produces 2. And we actually have so much extra fish food that we have to compost the excess. But then that gets prioritized to get used back in the fish. So it all works out. And then the fish, some will go into the network and some get fed into the Zipier area. So Zipier eggs and Zipier themselves both eat fish, and stone wool, which is gravel and coke and steam, and then pressurized water and phytoplankton are needed. We need some substrate over here. So that's all coming in on trains. And then the we've got plenty of Zipier for the future. I'm not rendering them at this point because they don't give you anything that you're not already getting. We already get arthropod blood from Arcads, and we're not even using arthropod blood yet. So it's really just the Zipier eggs that we needed for Pi2 science. So that was Zipier. That was at 188 hours. Then the next thing we worked on was Corlex, and casein is from the milk that Corlex make. And so that's over here, our little Corlex plant. And we bring in fish and tufra and whatever else they needed. I guess that might have actually been it. Oh, and Corlex food. And then they're pretty simple. They eat tufra and kickalc and Corlex food to grow the pups up. The pups need food and tufra seeds. Oh, they need the fish hydrolysate, which comes from fish sodium hydroxide and a little bit of sulfuric acid. So they do need some of that to make the pups. But that's only to make the modules. This is not a loop where like you consume the Corlex. Once you've got the full-grown Corlex, you only need the fish, Corlex food, and tufra to make milk. So these will fill the milk barrels, and we have 2 milk unbarrelers because there's 2 different things we need the milk for, which is the casein, which is the solid form of like, you know, milk proteins and stuff. And then there's the processed, or no, sorry, there's just the unprocessed Corlex milk also goes directly into a tank because you need some of that for Pi2 science. So that's the thing. And yeah, that's the Corlex. What's next? Gold came from the soot processing thing we already looked at. There's Yadels, which was the last kind of milestone before the Pi2 science. So here's Yadels. They're very similar to Fuwoji. They need spores, but they also need some extra stuff like fertilizer, wood, and the fungal substrate, which is just logs and biomass. So that's very cheap. So there's our Yadel's build. You need those for flavonoids, which is needed for pY2Science. So all of that was needed, plus a million other things that, you know, we haven't shown here, like expanding my petri dish production. Apparently don't have a power pole there. Let's get that built. Because we needed more petri dishes. My Zogna bacteria production. We needed to make regular fiber from raw fiber, so that's there. This is where we make the fertilizer. What else is new? I mean, here's stone wool and microfiber for filtration media. And the filtration media is needed in a few places. I think we're mainly using it for Fish Mark II right now. But we also can use it to work on syngas from dirty syngas, which comes from bitumen, which would be oil sands. So that's an option for eventually. And then there's a few other things filtration media is used for. But yeah, that's most of the stuff. Oh, and my glassware facility, we did set up all new glass stuff connected to trains at some point. I don't remember exactly when that was. Most of the old base is still doing what it's doing. A lot of these things are no longer really being used anywhere, so at some point I'm gonna have to run through, like, especially now that we're not making pY-Science 1 or logistics science, we're not making those here in the old base anymore, so there's a lot of things that are just laying dormant, and we're gonna have to look into those and repurpose them. Or make a new version of it that's actually on trains or whatever. Down here, I think this already existed 100 hours ago, but it's certainly grown a bit. Our stone mining and kerogen processing facility. We're also going to be running out of stone bricks because we need an absurd amount of stone bricks for automation science. The amount of automation science we need per second, look at this, requires 14, let's see if we can find it. It's on this. 14.4 stone bricks per second. Per second. That's an entire belt of stone bricks. So that's a lot of stone bricks we need. That's 2 beltfuls of stone, you know, that we need to smelt, which is not that crazy with belt stacking and everything. So we just need to get a lot more furnaces going here, because that's nowhere near enough. We're gonna need like 5 of those. So it's not crazy, but you know, it's more than you need for a lot of pYanodon stuff. This is our seaweed facility, and nothing fancy there. I don't remember when we built that, but we needed to improve cotton guts at one point, so here's a lot of cotton guts. Sushi belt, standard. It looks like we have too much moon drops here. Huh. It actually looks like we've got a little bit of an issue here where we're overloading one side of the belt and underloading the other side. So I may need to load one of the ingredients onto the inner side of the belt, which may or may not be an option depending on how I'm loading. Like, am I stopping these buildings? Yeah, see, these buildings are actually meant to just run until they've jammed up that entire belt with cotton guts. Wait, is that true? I don't know what I've done. Check on cotton gut sushi belt. We'll put that on the to-do list. So anyway, base tour wise, that's most of it for the last 100 hours. Our Zen garden has grown with Patreon names. If you'd like to support me making this series, please feel free to join on Patreon. And we now need to add pY2Science to our Zen, our yin yang symbol here. But yeah, it's been an awesome time. I'm still having a lot of fun. Like, getting to pY2Science is a really huge milestone, but it opens up a whole new world again. Like, every tech tier is a really big deal in pYanodon's. So there's so much more that we can do in the pY2Science world. We don't even have beacons and modules yet, and there's a unique beacon mechanic in pYanodon's that's really cool. And so there's all sorts of stuff that we still haven't even touched yet. This is phytoplankton. I don't remember if we had shown that. Oh, this was a fun one. Trying to build more substrate, but like the incubated petri dishes spoil really fast. So I built these sections where it was all centered around one substrate maker. so we could get the incubated petri dishes over here as soon as possible. Or wait, what am I? Oh, okay, I thought I had gone crazy here because there was regular petri dishes in this. Why are those not being... Uh-oh. Oh. I never connected my BioCrud belt to the trasher for BioCrud. I don't even have a trasher for BioCrud. Oh. Well. Let's show you guys how easy it is when you have a nice train system. Strong side trash extension. Pop that in there. Search for BioCrud. Boom. Merge those chests. Bring this over. Keep it inside the green zone here so that the bots will build it. And done. And we can call this BioCrud from substrate, basic substrate. And TP stands for trash provide. All done. Yeah, missed that one. Whoops. And the BioCrud comes from spoiled cellulose, which is just wood and sodium hydroxide. So there you go. That is the base tour. I don't think there's much more to show. Oh, we didn't show this block, did we? Our Pi2 science block, which we just got in this stream. Oh my gosh, this has been the last probably like 7 to 10 hours of gameplay has been setting all of this up. The number of items, look at this, look at how many requests I have on this. Look at how many requests I have on this one. Look at how many requests I have on this one. And then we have, I think, 12 fluids. No, 10 fluids. We have that science, and then we have even more solids here. It's an absurd amount. It's an absurd amount. And I'm using bots for a lot of it, but the higher speed things I'm belting, honestly, in retrospect, I maybe should have just used bots for literally all of it. Rather than, like, what's 100 bots between friends? You know, like, I should have just used 100 more logistics bots and called it a day. I think it would have been far simpler if I had relied 100% on them. Here's more incubated petri dish nonsense, trying to make these primers. It looks like we're actually out of moss, so I have that on my list. Or do I? I actually don't think I did. We also need to improve moss production, because it seems like we're not getting enough. We can just look real quick at our moss facility. Is it full? No. Not really. And we don't have enough stone. And I increased that to 40 stacks. I'm just gonna go to 60 stacks. What's the problem there? Sorry, this is a base tour episode. It looks like my stone mining's actually jacked up right now, because I'm doing something wrong. I guess that one isn't full, or I don't know. We'll fix that. That'll be on the list as well. Okay. Sweet. Well, this was a little bit longer than I meant it to be for the base tour, but this is Pi2 Science base. Like I said, they all look different, but this is mine, and I'm very happy with it. If you want to join the series, you can hop in on the YouTube side. I don't generally stream pYanodon's. I pre-record them in roughly 1-hour episodes, 50 minutes. And I like to do a special stream every 100 hours, I guess, is my new thing. So hopefully you guys can be here for the 300-hour base tour as well. If you're here live, I'll be around for a few more minutes, but for those of you watching the base tour episode on YouTube, as always, thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you think down in the comments, and I'll see you in the next one. All right. Well, this has been a productive stream. Is Moss... I think Moss Mark II is already... No, it's not already available. Okay. It is available soon-ish. And we need xenogenic cells. Or do we? I'm confused. Is anyone else confused by this? Why is there 2 different recipes for Moss Mark II? Is this one of those annoying ones that actually requires Moss Mark II in the recipe, but it's hard to tell that it requires that without knowing that already? It might be. Anyway, what the heck is a xenogenic cell? Oh, it's actually really easy. It's just bio stuff and oxygen in an incubator. Okay. Yeah, I'm guessing it needs Mark II modules like the SAP one does. It just doesn't show it in the recipe, so it's a little bit tricky. A little bit misleading. I wish there was an indicator when a recipe had weird module requirements like that, because it would... I'm guessing we can check in the recipe prototype explorer thingy. Also, we've been stuck at 99% for a long time. Where's the... What am I looking for? Moss Mark II. Control Shift F. On this one. Is there a place? I'm sure there's a place in here somewhere where you can see accepted modules. Well, there it says allowed module categories empty. Allowed effects? Productivity, speed, consumption, pollution. Okay, I guess we should look at the SAP one, because SAP is one we know works like that. This recipe. See, this recipe has allowed module categories, but the Moss one didn't. Right? Made in Moss Farm, Mark 1. That might be a bug. Because then what's the point of this one existing? Wait, no, this is a breeding one though. This requires 2 of them to make 5 of them. Is that just... I mean, I guess that makes a weird sort of sense. Because you'd have to do 50 of these recipes to get 1 Moss Mark II. I guess it's cheaper to do 1 of these than 150 of these. I'm not totally sure about that though. Yeah. Yeah, this is just a really slow one. But it's just moss, wood, urea, sodium alginate is basically free. Because that's just the limestone, seaweed, and stone. I don't know. We'll figure that out. I need to head out. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We'll be streaming some Greg Tech New Horizons this next week and playing more pYanodon's as usual. So there won't be as many new episodes this week because I used these episodes that were in the stream. So unfortunately, it's not till like Wednesday for those of you that are like keeping up with things. I think it'll be Wednesday or Thursday that will be the new recorded episodes. So that might be a little sad, but see you later, Strudel. See you, Aloy. See you later, Mello. See you, Simon.